Good morning. Thank you for joining us for the second day of our international conference, a Church, a Mosque, Interdisciplinary Conversations Between Architecture and Art History. I'm very happy to welcome you all and to start right away our third session of this conference, entitled Between Religious Architecture and Art History, The Beauty of Details, and welcome our first speaker, Professor Lawrence Korn from Bamberg University, who will speak to us about mosques and churches with large domes between the 10th and the 12th centuries, parallels or innovations. Please welcome Professor Lawrence Korn. No? Oh, yes, yes.
Good morning, everybody. And first of all, I would like to thank Sabine Frommel and Fatma Kesh to have organized this conference, which addresses so many relevant questions in architectural history in terms of transcultural contexts. And I would also like to thank the IFAO for hosting this conference in these splendid rooms, so spacious in the middle of densely populated Cairo. The paper that I'm going to present is a spin-off from my long-lasting research on Seljuk domes, mosques of Iran, for a book that is hopefully going to materialize for further towards publication soon. It aims at shedding light on questions of architectural typology and how the dome became so closely associated with the mosque. Today, the focus of my paper will be on potential parallels between Islamic and Christian architecture during the 10th to 12th centuries. And perhaps it will be possible to arrive at a few hypotheses on this problem. It has long been stated that a major step in the introduction of the monumental dome into mosque architecture, a step that had lasting consequences for the building type in general, was taken in Iran during the 11th and 12th centuries. The introduction of dome halls constituted a fundamental change in the spatial layout of Iranian Friday mosques. The former concept of a rather uniform hall dominated by the densely spaced rows of pillars, connected either with lintel beams or with arcades, was now broken up with a wider space that introduced at the same time a vertical element, like a monumental baldachin in front of the mihrab. And baldachin, of course, is an iconographic term, but I would leave it at this metaphor for the moment, and please forgive me if I'm not talking about meaning in this paper. The splendid interior of domed mosques across the Islamic world, such as the Safavid dome halls on the left from the 16th and 17th centuries, or the Ottoman mosques, such as the one commissioned in the name of Mihrimah Sultan, mid-16th century on the right, would hardly be possible without this innovation of the Seljuk period in Iran, which had made the dome an almost obligatory element of interior space and exterior silhouette, visible also in the mosques of India or in the Islamic diaspora of the 20th and 21st century. The image of a domed central hall flanked with slender towers is universally accepted as representing a mosque, also in our present-day iconography. This iconic fixation can be traced down to the change that was going on during the Seljuk period in Iran, which brought about such splendid interiors like the dome hall of the Great Mosque of Ardistan in central Iran, dated by its inscriptions to the mid-12th century. And on this example, the architectural form and features of construction show a certain maturity. It is not only remarkable how the different zones in the elevation of this interior were subtly integrated, for example, the corner squinches with their highly sculptural subdivisions that correspond with the tripartite design of the tympana in between, but also how the delicate stucco decoration merged with the brick architecture, underlining and playing around its clear contours. Therefore, it may be justified to subsume my paper under the heading of the beauty of details in the framework of this conference, although I will be more concerned with the question of typology. Also, I think it is worth looking at individual features of the Seljuk Iranian dome halls because they show a variety of forms, for example, in the solutions to the age-old problem of how to build a large domed interior on a square plane. On a square plan. There is the example of the the Great Mosque of Golpaigan, where the zone of transition was designed with Muqarnas cells. By the way, one of the earliest dated examples of true Muqarnas. And the way the zone of transition contrasts or corresponds with the triple arcades below in an harmonious, or one might even say somehow natural design for the three sides of the dome hall that open towards the courtyard and to the lateral lower vaults of the adjacent parts of the prayer hall. And another important detail in this mosque is that we have the signature of the builder whose name, Abu Omar Muhammad al-Qazvini, is supplemented by a nickname, al-Ma'ruf bih, and then the reading is unclear, but the letters are given here, and I will mention this a little bit later as well. Again. This slide is meant to show how the architectural forms of the domed mosques that had been established in Iran were adopted further west from the mid-12th century onwards. The dimensions and architectural forms of the dome hall at Silvan in Turkey, built under the Artukid amirs of the region, subordinate to the Seljuk sultans of Iran, are very similar to what we have just seen in Golpaigan, but turned into stone. It is plausible to postulate that the formal similarity is due to rather direct influence from one region of the empire to the other. The model of the monumental dome occupying the place in front of the mihrab spread further and was adopted in other regions of the Islamic world. In Egypt, we can see the change in the architecture of the Great Mosque founded by the Mamluk Sultan Baybars I, built outside the walls of Cairo after his victories against the Crusaders in the 1260s. One might contrast it with the Fatimid communal mosque of Al-Hakim on the left, built 250 years earlier. Here there is also a dome crowning the bay in front of the mihrab, but on the earlier building it was narrow and placed high up on the nave leading from the courtyard to the Qibla wall. The Mamluk mosque, as a contrast, had a dome that must have created an impression similar to that of the Seljuk mosques, spanning 3 naves and measuring more than 12 meters in diameter. True, the dome of the Mosque of Baybars was not built of brick, but was a wooden construction crowning the massive built arcades of the prayer hall, but the visual effect must have been similar. Unfortunately, it fell into decay and was destroyed during later periods. The building that is considered crucial for the innovation of the monumental dome hall is the Great Mosque of Isfahan. This famous building has an intricate structural history with many phases during which it was reshaped, reoriented, expanded, and retrofitted with new facades between the 8th and the 19th centuries. However, the most fundamental change was probably that of the Seljuk period between the 1080s and 1130s. It is widely accepted that this was the most thorough change in the structural history of the mosque, and the research that Eugenio Galdieri and his team did in the 1970s on the structural history of Isfahan has not been superseded. Essentially, the radical change from the hypostyle mosque of the Abbasid period to the Seljuk domed mosque implied that 24 pillars in front of the mihrab were raised and replaced by a domed building, while the lateral halls were left intact. The monumental dome hall that was built of baked bricks consists of a new Qibla wall and 8 massive pillars in front, which are designed as if composed of several round columns. The transition from the basic square to the dome was achieved with 8 large arches, of which 4 bridge the corners and 4 are built on the walls of the square below. The dome has a diameter of 15 meters, so its construction was a considerable achievement of engineering. There is no earlier dome preserved from earlier Islamic architecture that is constructed of brick or stone reaching these dimensions. And the inscription makes it clear that this was done at the order of Nizam ul-Mulk, the vizier under the Seljuk sultans Alp Arslan and Melik Shah in the 1080s. Later stages of the transformation of the Great Mosque of Isfahan under the Seljuks involved the construction of the second dome and the addition of 4 iwans in the main axis of the courtyard, interrupting the continuous hypostyle halls around. These were also important changes with consequences for mosque architecture, but I would like to focus on the monumental dome hall here. Whether this was actually the very first dome hall in the front of a mihrab or not, it seems that the role of Isfahan as the seat of government of the Seljuk Sultanate made this change in mosque building an example. The new dome in the Mosque of Isfahan should be considered the prototype from which this groundbreaking change spread through central and western Iran. So the map shows the sphere of influence of the Seljuks, and Isfahan, of course, was at the heart of the empire, together with Baghdad, seat of the Caliphate. The Seljuk period saw a number of reconstructions of Friday mosques, rebuildings in the same manner as in Isfahan. Very few domed mosques were built from scratch. In most cases, dome halls were added or built into extant structures that had a hypostyle layout. So there is evidence from several places, and the list here is not complete. Usually these domes measure between 10 and 15 meters diameter. Lateral halls remained standing and retained their form until the mosque was again renewed during later periods. For example, here in Golpaygan, the lateral halls were rebuilt in the 19th century, but traces of the pre-Seljuk pillars have been found in archaeological excavation. So the creation of domed halls under the Seljuks was a movement to rebuild existing mosques in most cases. And this phenomenon was first limited to western and central Iran, the regions called Iraq al-Ajam, or Jibal. It was the heartland of the so-called Iraqi Seljuks, which after the reign of Sultan Malik Shah and through the 12th century continued to exist as a powerful dynasty connected more with Mesopotamia than with Eastern Iran or Central Asia. And so then now let's come to the heart of our discussion with churches and from different regions and different traditions of dome building. The Islamic domes in Iran were, of course, rooted in earlier traditions. However, it's difficult to construct unbroken lines of these traditions. Of course, everyone knows the Hagia Sophia in Constantinople, but this remained a unique building. For nearly 1 millennium, it had no successor in its particular architectural form or in its dimensions. palaces of the Sasanians had domes of considerable dimensions, and domes were also widespread in the Sasanian realm as elements of religious architecture, although the equation of the so-called Chartak, the four-arcaded monument with the fire temple, is simplistic and has to be revised. But it is clear that monumental domes were already built under the Sasanian dynasty. In early Islamic architecture, domes can be seen in a number of mosques of the Umayyad and classical Abbasid period. In the great mosque of Medina, a dome in front of the mihrab, creating an apex in the transept leading up to the prayer niche, was introduced with the rebuilding of the mosque under Al-Walid I in the early 8th century. And other imperial mosques of the Umayyads showed similar features, such as the Great Mosque of Damascus, lower left, and the Al-Aqsa Mosque in Jerusalem in its early 8th century reconstruction. But these were all wooden domes. Domes in the rear part of the central nave can also be seen in the great mosques of the Mediterranean of the 9th and 10th centuries. At Qayrawan, built 836, there is a stone dome crowning the ante-mihrab bay. In Cordoba, the whole area in front of the mihrab was ingeniously redesigned with the second expansion of the mosque about 865. But similar to what we remarked about the Fatimid Mosque of Al-Hakim, these domes are rather high up and relatively small, and it is difficult to see them as direct forerunners of Iranian dome halls with their rather unified brick constructions. Other important domes from the pre-Seljuk period are those in mausoleums. The famous case of the dome of the Samanid amirs appears in all histories of Islamic architecture, not only because of its brick decoration, but also as an early squinch construction bridging the corner. And a different design can be seen in the nearly contemporary, slightly later mausoleum of a governor in a remote part of Central Asia, the town of Tim. So the two mausolea of similar dimensions are different in their architectural features, and the tri-lobed corner design at Tim in some way prefigures the tripartite squinches of Isfahan. What I find intriguing is that the change from smaller domes crowning a rather narrow space to those with a wider span, allowing for true dome halls, had to a certain extent counterparts or maybe parallels in the architecture of churches in the Middle East. From the Byzantine Empire, 3 examples are known from the 11th century or 12th century. The first of them is the Catholicon of Hosius Lucas in the region of Boeotia in central Greece, datable probably around 1011. The second is the monastery of Nea Moni on the island of Chios, an imperial foundation of the mid-11th century. And the third, chronologically speaking, is the church of the monastery of Daphne, built in the late 11th, early 12th century on the Greek mainland near Athens. All 3 churches present certain problems of restoration and reconstruction, but they are considered examples of a fundamental turn in Byzantine church architecture with larger domes in major foundations after a period during which only very small domes had been built. And we have seen an example yesterday in one of the other papers of these minuscule churches that had been built in the Middle Byzantine period. And of course, we cannot leave aside church architecture of the Caucasus region, in which the dome also played a crucial part from early on. The early dates that are traditionally given in the literature on Armenian churches have been subject to critical discussion, the Hripsime church near Yerevan is the most important case in question. But it is clear that centralized plans, or combinations of centralized and basilical plans, were established in an autonomous development in the Caucasian lands, while it is still disputed in some in parts of the literature which steps were taken first in Armenia and which can first be seen in Georgia. Anyway, here's another early example with the famous Jvari church in Mtskheta in Georgia. So clearly it's a centralized plan with a tetraconch and a prominent dome in the center. The dimensions of the dome are not huge. It's about 8 meters, but it clearly dominates the building, and it's a challenging construction of stone architecture. So, at any rate, domes with a diameter of approximately 8 meters were firm parts of Armenian and Georgian church architecture in the 10th century. This was an established type. The Cathedral of Ani, capital of the Bagratid Kingdom of Armenia, was an attempt at slightly larger dimensions. The architect of this church, Trdat, not only mastered the dimensions of the church in the traditional manner of Armenian revetment masonry, he is also important as a figure who transferred knowledge and practice of construction from one region of the Middle East to another. Trdat was commissioned with the rebuilding of the dome of the Hagia Sophia in Constantinople, after it had partly collapsed in the earthquake of 989. Trdat was obviously experienced with building in earthquake regions, of which Armenia was to the same degree as Constantinople. We can still wonder why it was him who got this, received this commission in Constantinople. Cristina Maranci postulates that he not happened to be in Constantinople at the time when the earthquake happened, and that he was not only an experienced builder, but that there is an additional reason. It is possible that Trdat appeared more competent than other builders because of his experience with applied geometry. The Armenian written source that reports the commissioning of Trdat mentions that he made a plan. According to Maranci, the respective noun can be translated as drawing, and he made a 3-dimensional model. So it seems that none of the Greek Byzantine architects who were certainly available in Constantinople could offer comparable capacities that recommended them for the job. The last example of church architecture that I would like to mention is far apart, the Coptic monastery of Deir Anbar Hadra near Aswan, where the nave of the church shows this characteristic shape with 2 bays of a square plan, approximately 8 meters wide, built probably during the late 10th century. The shells of the domes are destroyed, but at the western end of the nave, 2 squinches that have been preserved that once supported the western dome. And Heike Lehmann argues that domes on squinches did not occur in the Roman Byzantine strand of Coptic church architecture, and therefore an influence from Eastern sources, ultimately based on Sasanian architecture, is most likely, which would have been mediated through early Islamic constructions. It is interesting to see that the masonry technique of these squinches is a rather free adaptation of the Central Asian and Sasanian technique. So Heike Lehmann suggests that there is a longer history of transmission. The exact form of the domes proper is not known. Lehmann argues for a parabolic profile, lower left, against Grossmann's reconstruction in the middle. From the debris that was recovered, it can be concluded that the domes were built in a mix of baked brick and mud brick, probably in a single layer. Other vaults in the church were built in tunnel shape with a parabolic section, or as half domes or sail vaults on a limited span of less than 3 meters. The builders also used shoulder vaults to create an even surface for the flat roofs. All of this suggests that a regional Upper Egyptian tradition of vault construction continued from Roman to the early Islamic period, and that the repertoire of this tradition was then expanded by the dome on squinches of considerable dimensions during the Islamic period, probably in the 10th century. How exactly the adoption of squinch domes proceeded, what possible prototypes should be considered most likely, is still open to discussion. Squinch domes were certainly current in Iraq and could possibly be have been mediated through the Hijaz on the pilgrimage route. Other regions in question are Cairo itself, or from the opposite direction, perhaps also Nubia. After this brief overview of dome architecture across the Middle East around the turn of the first millennium, we might be tempted to see parallels or perhaps even a coherence. The question is, can we find arguments that suggesting that the development towards larger domes in Iranian mosques, in Byzantium, and in Armenia was the effect of the same causes? Or maybe arguments that even suggest direct connections between these different regions of architecture? Or should we see them as independent, an accidental correspondence that does not allow for further conclusions? From the Persian or Islamic point of view, I have not found any statements in sources that support mutual influence. Sure, it would be too much to expect statements saying that the element of the large brick dome was inspired from Armenian churches and then adopted to mosque architecture. There is no written source known to me that tells anything about the source of this innovation, about the admiration for brick domes in other cultures, not even in the past cultures of the Sasanians or the Romans, or about reasons why domes should be built at all. Unfortunately, signatures of builders are also very rare, although they do exist. I have mentioned that the name of the builder of the Great Mosque of Golpaigan was given with an additional element that could be read as an Armenian name, although no direct correspondence is known. There are other arguments that should be considered, and they belong to the context of dome construction technique. For example, do architectural details between Armenian, Byzantine, and Iranian domes correspond? I think that elements of the zone of transition can be telling, and I see greater differences than congruences in this point. There is no counterpart to the tripartite squinch solution in the Armenian and Byzantine realms. Other elements, like the way in which the shell of the dome was built, for example, could also be considered. One factor that I touched upon very briefly is the use of plans, drawings, which was probably connected with the knowledge of applied scientific geometry. And if it is true that Tırdat was commissioned with the repair of the Hagia Sophia, as the Armenian source says, because of his knowledge in this field, this would correspond with the information that the works of the mathematician Abul Wafa al-Buzjani spread during the Seljuk period and went along with the production of manuals that were illustrated with drawings of geometric constructions. The use of such materials might have been conducive to the design and construction of larger domes across several regions of the Middle East. Again, this is not proof for cultural exchange or causalities, but it is circumstantial evidence that we may consider to say that the construction of large domes began from very different traditions, but might have been encouraged by similar conditions. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Cohen, for a wonderful start for our second day. I invite you all to have one question, and then we keep the later questions for the discussion afterwards. Yes.
Yes, thank you very much for this highly exciting paper. So the question was a cultural exchange. It is really crucial for our discussion here. And I think we will never find documents in which is written what happened. But is it possible, are we informed if there was migration in this period? This is a rather long period you presented. Is it possible, because to such processes of assimilation of the dome of Isfahan and so on, normally in modern times, this is done by migration. So architects move, craftsmen, stonecutters move from one place to the other, from one empire to the other, and in this way, in another place, in another context, a prototype can be interpreted, can be assimilated with other materials. That's another challenge. And the second question, I was highly interested with the unique example of the Hagia Sophia. Hagia Sophia, there was not really reception of this type. You can say the same thing of St. Peter's. St. Peter's had never been copied. Why? Is this linked to the authority of this prototype? Or is this linked to the fact that both the constructions were not very solid and had really heavy structural problems, so they had been planned in a way that not guaranteed their life?
Yeah, of course I can speak. Yes, well, thank you very much for these two really pertinent questions. And first, migration. Well, there is very little hard evidence. Of course, we know that parts of the Armenian population of Anatolia resettled in the 11th century when there was a political change on the landscape between Armenia and Byzantium. So yes, these things did happen, and also we have evidence from a later period that refers directly to architecture when we look at the Mongol Empire in Iran and the way the Mongol rulers employed craftsmen from different regions. And here again, Armenians were apparently appreciated for their ability in stone cutting and as builders, and were active in building the new capital of the Ilkhans in central Iran, so outside the core region of Armenian settlement. And we can follow this in details of construction and also stone cutters' marks are a help in this respect. So this is again evidence from other fields and other periods, not directly relevant in our period, but they may indicate that similar things may have happened. Yes. Direct exchange between Byzantium and the Caliphate or the Seljuk Empire is difficult to establish. There were certainly diplomatic contacts, and there are also instances that point to a mutual interest also in artistic forms and architectural forms. We can recall one palace in the palace compound of Constantinople that was built in Persian forms, and we can guess what it might have looked like, although no traces have remained. So, yes, there was mutual interest somehow, and some kind of perception was of what happened in neighboring empires or realms. And yes, craftsmen were certainly the crucial factors that made exchange possible. The unique buildings, yes, and the question, why did the Hagia Sophia, why didn't this building have true successors? I think in what happened to the Hagia Sophia already shortly after the time when it was built, the collapse of the first dome and the rebuilding with a slightly higher profile, it shows that Anthemios and Isidore had gone to the limits of what was possible. And it seems that even the ability to reach these limits was somehow lost during the following centuries. I don't know. I find it difficult to explain why all the Middle Byzantine churches are so limited in their dimensions, and only really tiny domes were apparently built, with the exception of Hagia Irene. But yeah, there seems to also to have been a loss of knowledge. Also, the Pantheon did not have a true successor, did it? So I think what we see in Seljuk period Iran is a kind of rediscovery of construction techniques that allowed a span of 15 meters or slightly more for a brick vault. Well, the question is what happened between the Umayyad mosque domes that were wooden constructions and this Seljuk innovation or re-innovation. Francesco?
Can we keep the question for later? Yeah, thank you, Francesco. Thank you so much, Professor Cohen. We move to the next paper. Dr. Iman Shukri Hisham from the Kunsthistorisches Institute in Florence, who will speak to us about polychromatic stone decorations and the sacred architecture of Egypt and the Mediterranean. Please welcome Dr. Iman.
Good morning. Thank you, Fatma, for the nice introduction, and I'm happy to be among you in this really nice conference. So my presentation today is part of my actually long-term project on the stone ornament in the late medieval Mediterranean, and of course I focus on Egypt, but I try to relate the design schemes of these stone decorations, the materials, and also the craftsmanship between Egypt and the other regions in the Mediterranean during the late medieval period. I'm not going to discuss plans as Professor Cohen and Professor Frommel did already. I'll focus more on the aesthetics and ornamentation. Also, I want to here start with like the earliest examples of opus sectile work in Egypt, and this is one of very few examples in situ. I'm not going to really discuss the earliest examples in the world, in the Mesopotamia and some other regions in the Mediterranean, but I'm going to start with this example that is called the Villa Alpha, or commonly known in Egypt as the Villa of the Birds in Alexandria. And this is a room that is called the triclinium, or the dining room in that villa, that is decorated on the floor with both techniques, opposictile and mosaic. And you can see here part of the remaining pieces of this floor, and at least you can see from these remains the quality of this design and marble panels. And a researcher such as Federico Guidobaldi, who is a specialist in antique, mosaic, and opposictile work, actually says that one example that is in Ancona in Italy, for example, was done or executed by a workshop from Alexandria because of this example. So I would like also to refer to another floor that is not actually opposictile but all in mosaic. It is another dining room that is existing not in situ but in the Museum of the Greek Alexandria. And I would like to refer to two registers here, the one in the middle. You don't see the cursor. The Medusa, this is called so-called the Medusa register. It's very famous to the people who work on the mosaic arts in the antique period in Egypt, and also with this register to the bottom of this slide. And both of them are very important because they were they survived to be used in different interior decorations, not only in mosaic but in stone engraving and in opposictile work until very late medieval period in Egypt. Not necessarily with the Medusa implemata, but perhaps with the central rota. And this is one example from the mausoleum of Qalawun that was built in the late 13th century in Cairo, and you can see that it is more or less the same geometric endless pattern that is in the center to the bottom here. And when it comes to the square that is has a circle tangent to it, it is a very standard pattern that we are going to see many times now in this presentation as a standard motif for decorating squared spaces. This is another example. This time is a mausoleum for a woman. That is the caption inside the Museum of the Greek-Roman Museum in Alexandria. And this remains of this wall. I would like to mention two aspects of it. The first is the value of using stone decorations in wall revetments, and in the case of not having the material, or perhaps because it is expensive to use or rare to find, imitation of the stone veins and natural shapes would be used instead. And the second thing about this wall is these two registers in the middle. In these both registers we find these octagonals that are composed of two interlaced squares that are put in 45 degrees on top of each other. And this motif is also very common, and we can see it not only in antique or Roman examples in Egypt, but also in Coptic architecture. And this is a nice example from the Red Monastery in Sohaj, so in Upper Egypt, so Alexandria in Upper Egypt. And we see the same motif decorating also the walls here in that apse, and also the square and the circle and the central circle also decorating that apse. When it comes to stone decorations, we find it used in the early medieval period in the 4th century floor in Ostia Antica. And this is a nice example that is still in situ. We have it even in later periods in the 12th century Duomo of Salerno in Italy, the same motif. And we can also find it in Cairo in a nice and beautiful mausoleum, actually from the mid 13th century. It decorates a cenotaph number 4 that is called like that because there are, I believe, 6 cenotaphs inside that mausoleum of Abbasid caliphs. And yeah, you can see again the same motif. And this is actually one of the earliest opus textile material evidence that we have in Cairo. Going back to the Coptic decorations. This is drawings that were made by Maspero in a publication he published in 1943, and we can see the type of patterns that were used. Again, the imitation of natural stones were there, and it is actually the monastery of San Apollo, archaeological site in Bawit in Egypt. And it is a noteworthy example of exploring local Coptic architectural decorations between the 6th and 10th centuries. The Coptic Museum in Cairo has a significant collection of its various remains. We are going to see a couple of registers in the next slide. Among other Coptic sites in Egypt, such as San Jeremiah Monastery in Saqqara and the Red Monastery in Sohag, the decorative motifs of stone carving and fresco in Hall 6, this is actually called Hall number 6, of the complex confirmed that there was a continuity in the architectural decoration programs from late antiquity to the early Islamic period in Egypt. And these are, I'm sorry for this, I couldn't revisit the same room in the museum because it is closed now for some renovation. But these are, I don't know if you see them, 2 registers of this mural. They call it tempera decorations of the walls there. And again, it is this square, and inside the square, tangent circle, and not here, but in the other one, there is a central circle. And when it comes to opus textile decoration in Egypt, especially in madrasa and mosque architecture during the Mamluk period, we can see that this pattern is used with colorful types of stones. This is a unique and very interesting example that is in Aslam al-Salahdar portal. And actually, we don't find many walls or portals, exteriors decorated with such a motif because it is more commonly to have it on the floors, especially antechambers or durqas, and the main courtyards inside mosques. Like these examples, for example. But here, instead of having a real circle, we have a sequence of circles that accentuate the centrality of courtyards, and I added the dates here. This is a nice example from Damietta, so actually outside of Cairo. And for that example, I show you also a nice, try to make it orthographical as much as possible from the roof. And this is the standard design for courtyard opus textile decorations in Egypt. This is the standard way to have, like, in the center you have a square with a tangent circle and different levels of circles, whether interlaced or tangent, or in that case, like, because the space here is really very large. It is more than 13 meters by 12 meters. It is semi-squared. And accordingly, it fits to have this centralized framework. The same goes for portals, the antechambers. And in the case of having a really not very defined space for the antechamber or a durqa, you will still, like, the designer would still insist of having this confirmation of the centrality of the space, and then fill out the left area with some, like, secondary filling patterns. But this is in that I forgot to add the caption. This is the antechamber or the durqa of the Al-Ghuri Madrasa, one of the very late Mamluk examples in in Cairo from the very early 16th century. Going back to the Coptic architecture, I would like to focus here on the hood design that has, name it a peacock feather radial design or a shell design. And in these cases, you can find it stucco or stone engraving in Coptic architecture in Egypt in different sites. But this design was so much adopted also in architectural decorations, such as in Fatimid architecture. I have some Sayyida Ruqayya shrine here, and also the famous facade of Al-Aqmar Mosque. And this type of radial design for both real niches and blind ones were adopted, as I said, in the Fatimid architecture and also in Mamluk architecture in different forms, in the exterior, like that example, or in the interior as stone engraving, stone decoration, and also applied with opusictila decorations like these two examples with different colors. In that case, they use 4 types of stone with 4 colors, here 3. And here in that complex of Sultan Sha'ban, they have these 2 blind niches on the portal of that complex. And here in the small, beautiful mihrab inside the mausoleum of Sultan Sha'ban, it is only with 2 colors. And here another example in the mausolea of Faraj ibn Barqoq. So it was used so much like in several examples in the Mamluk period. And it's not only the radial form that was continuous to be used among the Coptic and the Islamic architecture in Egypt, but also this sequence of many mihrab or many niche decoration. You can see the repetition of it using different types of material in the Mamluk sacred architecture. For example, here, not necessary here, I'm not sure because this was restored. I'm sure about that, used the mother of pearl originally. Generally, the mihrab wall, generally in the early Mamluk period, they used a lot of mother of pearl in their decoration to accentuate the lines of the design. And when it comes to talking about the materials and color scheme, I would like to refer to this beautiful pulpit that is from the Saint Mercurius or Abu Sifin church that was the seat of the Egyptian papal see from the mid-11th until the early 14th century. The church contains the largest number of approximately 250 unique Coptic icons, some dating back to the 13th and other to the 17th and 18th century. I'm saying that to focus or like to highlight how important this church is in the the Coptic architecture of Egypt. And I believe that this pulpit should be considered among the most important pulpits that we have in Egypt that is decorated with, I claim that the patterns are original to that one and from the 12th century. And I depended on some analogy studies to try to date these, because I also I tried to follow the restoration history of both the church itself and the pulpit, and I found some archaeological photos, and I'm happy to see that the panels are somehow almost original. Archival photographs show only that it wasn't stable because some of these columns were broken, so it was supported, but nevertheless the designs are, let's say, the same. And if we pay attention to the panels themselves, these stripes, long stripes, and the level of details in this pulpit, we can find some similarities in other places. So this is another, it is almost an identical decoration that is in the Museum of Islamic Art. And this, the caption attributes it to the 4th and 15th century. And it is almost like, I cannot say 100% identical because it's not 100% identical to two panels on either side of this central part. I hope you can see them. I didn't put an arrow. In another, this main register of the balustrade of the pulpit, we can see a similarity with I hope you trust me that this register in the mausoleum of Qalawun is identical to this type of register, and I found only this drawing of that panel. I tried to find a better photograph, but I couldn't. With this type of analogy, and we know that the restoration work of the Qalawun complex and mausoleum like a century ago by the committee went in a very good way, and we can claim that most of these registers of Opus Sectila are original. Then we can talk about the history of this also pulpit, and the date is somehow in the same late 13th century. Another example here is the pulpit of the Virgin Mary or the Hanging Church in Egypt, also in Cairo. It is supposedly the oldest church in Fustat, in Old Cairo, and it is the only, according to Raouf Habib's study, it is the only among the Fustat Cairo Coptic churches that has no dome roof system. Also, I'm trying to focus on how important the whole architecture is, and how this part of liturgical furniture relates to the importance of the whole building. So the church was demolished and rebuilt by Muallim or Master Yohanna in 1705, and again by Master Ubaid Abu Khuzam or Abu Khazam in 1775. AD, of course. Still, these renovations are all utilized the church's collection of woodwork, marble panels, and icons. And this makes it slightly safe because there is no other type of resources that I can depend on to date, for example, the whole pulpit or at least parts of its panels. But I would like to show you here this one in particular, because I would like to focus on the materials used here. Again, the use of the mother of pearl and the color scheme of that panel. And if we focus again in the Qalawun complex, because it is a very unique example when it comes to the Opus Sectila art in medieval Egypt. We can see the similarities of the use of also of blue faience. If you notice, there is a blue faience employment in both surfaces, the mihrab here of the mausoleum and the pulpit. And again, the technique of using the geometrical patterns and the filling in both examples are very similar. And not to mention also, of course, the muqarnas that is decorating this pulpit. I want to say that Butler, one of the researchers, dated the pulpit to the 10th century, but the style of the workmanship and decoration, especially the mastery of muqarnas decoration, confirms that it is later, perhaps to the late, as I said, late 13th century. So actually Opus Sectila work among sacred architecture, whether it is mosques or madrasas or churches, can help us work on the historiography of that art and its related liturgical furniture and architecture. These are other examples just I wanted to show you from the mausoleum of Qalawun. And this is the third church that I'm going to mention today, and this is the apse of the Saint Sergius Bacchus, or Wachis in Arabic, known as Abu Sirga. The church has a special place among other Coptic churches as it is associated with the Holy Family journey to Egypt. It was built on top of a cave to which the Holy Family fled. The date of the construction of the church disputed, as you see, like scholars, sometimes they date it to the 4th or 5th century until the 15th century. But we can say something about this apse decoration, because if we focus on that whole program, we notice that there are two panels here are different in the material and technique and even in size. The framing of these two identical panels are different than the other surface, and also we can include the spandrels of the central niche. And if we again refer to Qalawun's mausoleum and the work on its main mihrab, we see that it is not really very far from each other. Both use the same technique, the same filling of the central polygons, and and so forth for the spandrels too. In that case, we have to exclude the pulpit of that that church from our study, because it is actually a later addition. It is less than 1 century old, because I tried to find possible information about all opusictile work in our historical monuments, and the previous one was actually wood, as much as like we have several examples of churches that had originally wooden pulpits. And we know also in mosques we have wooden members and stone members and some other opus sectila decorated with opus sectila, but we have only 2 decorated with opus sectila in Cairo. Sometimes it's very challenging to study opus sectila surfaces in when it comes even to important churches. This is the Transfiguration Church in the St. Catherine Monastery in Sinai. Almost all the research has been focused so far on the apse and its very beautiful and famous mosaic that is decorating it, because of the abundance of historical records about the history of creating this mosaic, and also this use of opus sectila panels of certain type of marble in a book matching effect that has the like a mirroring of the veins, natural veins of the stone. That is the typical Byzantine or let's say Justinian style of decoration that we can see, of course, in Constantinople, in Hagia Sophia, we're in Pantokrator Church in Istanbul or Constantinople. You can see it also in some churches that were influenced by the Byzantine art, such as San Vitale in Ravenna, or also San Marco of Venice, of course. When it comes to the floor of the church, it becomes more challenging. I can say, because I tried to find even Peter Grossman's work on that architecture of that church didn't mention anything about, unfortunately, that floor. Whether this, because this is this is for sure a restored floor, but since when, or did they depend on older phases of the floor? Nobody. I tried to find. I failed any information. The oldest photograph I found for this floor was from the 1960s. So, we need to have more information sometimes. I would like to here mention how the opus sectile art used after the medieval period, after the late medieval period even. So during the Ottoman period, we see some references that between Cairo or the Mamluk Cairo or like the Mamluk influenced Cairo and Istanbul. Here, for example, on both examples, this is Al-Azhar Mosque in Cairo. It's a Fatimid mosque, but this mihrab was made or created by Abdurrahman Katkhuda in the mid-18th century. And this is the mosque of Sultan Ahmad in Istanbul. And both examples have this octagon that has, in opposite the names of the 10 promised paradise. I don't know if you understand this. Some lucky 10 companions of the Prophet knew that they are going to go to the paradise eventually. And their names are there in these both cases, in this octagon and there in Sultan Ahmad. And we have actually another example in Cairo that is in the Museum of Islamic Art. And when it comes to that mosque also, I would like to focus here on that slide on the chamber that is only for the Sultan to use, that is on the left-hand side of the mihrab. It is a closed area for the Sultan to pray without having direct contact with the other visitors of the mosque. And what is interesting about this chamber or lodge, that it has some kind of a repertoire of all the different types of stone decorations from different periods. For example, we have this one that is the latest, let's say, way of decorating any surface with stone. It is called pietra dura from the Tuscan region in Italy. That this art raised during the Renaissance period, and perhaps this panel that we see here was a gift from some Tuscan family, perhaps the Medici, to the Sultan Ahmad, and then he decided to add it to his collection of opposite panels in his chamber. And at the same time, we find some stone inlay on the windowsills of that chamber, created to imitate perhaps the the Mamluk style. On the other walls of that, it is under restoration. These photographs were taken 1 week ago exactly. I was there. So we find also some other panels that are, let's say, I can say that these, for example, two are, represent the Mamluk stone decoration style, Mamluk Cairene, while the other two here at the back, this is the back of the room, they are more to the Levantine style of stone decoration during the Mamluk period. So I think that in that room, the Sultan wanted to have, also in addition to this panel, that has again this book matching effect. I don't know if you see it. It is the mirror, two panels mirror to each other. And this is a typical Byzantine style. So he perhaps, or the architect wanted to have all the prominent styles in that region to decorate the interior, of course, besides the beautiful ceramic tiles that are typical Mamluk feature, Ottoman feature. So, in conclusion, the opposictila art in Egypt is one critical and unique example of the survival of ornament pattern. The preference skills, techniques from the antique period, Byzantine, Coptic, Islamic periods until the 18th century. The art was used in parallel during the Mamluk period in Coptic and Islamic architecture and liturgical furniture, and perhaps, but this is not confirmed, with the same workshops. And I'm showing you here very briefly, it's not only even about sacred architecture. This is a fountain building. It's a sabil that was built during the late Mamluk period, and also in houses. The art survived and survived well during the Ottoman period in Egypt. And we can see here one example. This is the Jamaluddin al-Dahabi's house. And even if the whole space was renovated by the committee 1 century ago, but the committee actually depended on the existing examples, not only in that house, but in other important examples of houses, of late medieval houses in Egypt. And this is how traditional late medieval houses looked like in Cairo. And this is another sabil from, again, the Ottoman period. Yeah, and thank you.
Thank you very much, Iman. Wonderful presentation with very beautiful photos that I'm sure inspired us all, first of all, and I'm sure also provoked a lot of questions. But we will keep all questions. Please keep it in mind until after the next presentation. Thank you, Iman. We move to our next speaker, Dr. Francesco Benelli. From the University of Bologna, who will present to us a presentation with the title, The Mosque in the Capital of Christianity, Paolo Portoghesi's Mosque in Rome, Between Liturgy, North Mediterranean Models, and Postmodernism. Please welcome Dr. Francesco Benelli.
Good morning, and first of all, I would like to thank you, Sabine Frommer, for inviting me to this really beautiful, also visually beautiful conference, and Fatma Keshi for organizing everything, and to you all for listening. So my talk today is the tale of a single building, which is the Mosque of Rome, which is the largest mosque in Europe so far. This record is about to be threatened by the ongoing construction of the new mosque in Strasbourg. But anyway, so my talk is going to be 28 minutes long, starting from now. Following the Six-Day War in June 1967, the Christian Democratic Italian government exposed the foreign policy doctrine of prudente equidistanza, cautious equidistance, between Israel and the Arab countries as a means of attaining a prominent role in the process of Mediterranean political distension. Given that Italy had established relations with Israel as early as 1948, it was imperative for the country to pursue a strategy that would foster an equal and mutually beneficial relationship with the Islamic world. For this reason, the government adopted three distinct strategies: by foreign politics under the direction of Minister Amintore Fanfani of Christian Democracy Party, by religion and pacifism through the prominent Catholic politician Giorgio La Pira, and by the oil industry managed by Enrico Fermi, the influential and controversial CEO of the ENI, the state-owned energy company, who ultimately perished in a mysterious airplane crash. Notably, the Italian Communist Party, which represented the opposition, was also supportive of this strategy, given its interest in the Al-Ba'ath, or the Arabic Renaissance, viewed as an expression of global anti-imperialism. This new course was fulfilled with the official state visit to Rome in 1973 of King Faisal of Saudi Arabia. During this visit, the king expressed the desire to build an Islamic temple and a cultural center in Rome. In the context of Italy's Mediterranean politics, on May 15, 1974, the Rome City Council, under the leadership of Christian Democratic Mayor Clelio Darida, with the direct support of Giovanni Leone, the Christian Democratic President of the Republic, and the backing of the majority of the government, donated to the Islamic Cultural Center of Italy a 30,000 square meter plot of land located between a large sport facility, the so-called Acqua Cetosa, constructed during the fascist era, and the affluent Parioli district. This land was to be utilized by King Faisal in accordance to his intention. Nevertheless, prior to the City Hall's final approval, some concern was expressed in the Vatican about the suitability of constructing the largest mosque in Europe in the capital of Christianity. In order to hinder the process, a number of members of the Vatican court raised the issue of reciprocity, requesting that the City Hall grant permission only if, in turn, Saudi Arabia permitted the construction of a church in its own country. However, neither the City Hall nor the Italian government were obliged to seek the Pope's permission. Nevertheless, as a matter of institutional respect, the prominent Christian Democrat Giulio Andreotti, who had long-standing ties with the Vatican, informed the Holy See of the donation of land for the construction of the mosque. Concurrently, he initiated a confidential dialogue with the Pope to devise a strategy for persuading those opposed to the mosque that it would be politically advantageous for Italy and the Vatican to have a mosque in Rome. Pope Paul VI Montini, as a stance on this matter, was aligned with that of the Italian government, not for political reasons, though, but for religious ones. During the latter portion of the Second Vatican Council, 1959 and to 1965, convened to provide the Church with new updated guidelines concerning the changes of the world that it was undergoing, the Pontifex played a pivotal role in drafting the Declaration of Religious Freedom, also known as Dignitatis Humanae. In this document, the Vatican made a significant shift in its stance toward other religions, moving from a position of mere tolerance to one of the equivocal affirmation of religious freedom as a fundamental human right. This stance asserts that no individual can be compelled to adhere to a religion or prevented from following their beliefs. During an apostolic trip to Africa in 1969, the same Pope delivered a speech in Kampala, Uganda, in front of a Muslim delegation. In this speech, he paid homage to Christian African martyrs killed at the end of the 19th century by kings of tribal religions. He pointed out that among those martyrs, some were Muslims. He then concluded that, and I'm quoting, "We are in communion with you when we implore the mighty to raise in the hearts of African believers the desire of reconciliation and forgiveness, recommended both by the Gospel and the Quran." End of quote. In conclusion, the concept of the Roman mosque was shaped by the convergence of interest and objectives shared by the Italian government, opposition parties, and the Vatican. It is important to note that the Vatican has historically played a significant role in Italian politics decisions. In this matter, however, these three institutions were unified in their support for King Faisal's aspiration. The Islamic Cultural Center of Rome was established in 1966 with the aim of providing charitable assistance and a cultural and social point of reference for the growing Roman Muslim community, predominantly comprising individuals from North Africa, especially Morocco. Moreover, in the Eternal City, the capital of Christianity, the mosque was located in a small bourgeois apartment building in Parioli area, no longer suitable for this function, in terms of dimension, of course. The board of the Islamic Cultural Center is comprised primarily of diplomats from Muslim countries in Italy and the Vatican, who provide financial support and guidance to their respective governments, complying with the center's mission. This slide, as an example, illustrates the composition of the board in 1991. This is taken from Portuguese's archive. In 1975, the center launched an international competition for the design of the mosque and a cultural center. A total of 45 groups submitted proposals in response to the competition's guidelines, which required that the complex, I'm quoting the guidelines, be the expression of the Muslim concept of life and at the same time be in continuity with the city fabric of Rome. In the subsequent years, the committee selected 2 winners from a short list of 4. The first is Roman architect Paolo Portoghesi, along with structural engineer and partner of the firm Vittorio Gigliotti, who was responsible for the structural aspect of the project as well as the building site management. The second is Sami Moussaoui, an Iraqi-born architect who was naturalized as a British citizen but trained in Germany. The final decision of the competition committee was to request that the 2 winners collaborate on the final project, a decision that, on one hand, will generate a complex and contentious debate among the team regarding authorship, and on the other, will divide the architectural community between those who offer vehement criticism of the project and its impact on the natural environment and landscape, and those who express great admiration. While there is no information available regarding Moussaoui project, Portoghesi's proposal addressed the competition guidelines in a nuanced manner. The elongated shape of the lot, oriented almost northeast to southwest, imposed a linear structure of the plan. See, we see here the sequence, one after another, of all the old pavilions. The prayer room and the 3 structures of the cultural center are arranged in a loosely linear fashion and connected to each other by a long portico, a typical architectural feature in Muslim buildings that draws inspiration from Greek and Roman architectural tradition. Portoghesi pays significant attention to the avoidance of monumental visual axes, thereby limiting the access to each building only tangentially. This is a characteristic feature of both Muslim and Roman architectural tradition, as exemplified by the Roman Forum and Hadrian's Villa that we can see here as a comparison. As will be discussed in greater detail subsequently, this project was ultimately abandoned following the merger with Moussaoui and underwent significant alteration before being approved by the City Hall of Rome on 2 different occasions, initially in 1979 and then again in 1983. In the following year, 1984, the project was contracted to the prominent Roman construction company of Ingegnere Fortunato Federici SPA for the sum of 60 billion Italian lira, equivalent to approximately 30 million euros at that time. The majority of the funding was provided by King Fahad bin Abdul Aziz Al Saud of Saudi Arabia, and it's the largest mosque in Europe. And the minaret's height exceeded the permitted limits set forth in the official urban standards. Consequently, a special permit was granted by the city authority on urban planning. When Portoghesi was awarded of the competition in 1976, he was 45 years old architect who had been in practice for almost 2 decades with his partner Gigliotti. During this period, they designed and built 24 buildings of varying typologies, including churches, residential properties, villas, commercial and administrative buildings, educational facilities, and urban plans, both in Italy and abroad, particularly in Jordan and Khartoum, Sudan. In the latter location, he was then directly exposed to Muslim architectural tradition. His reputation will undoubtedly gain further prominence following the completion of the mosque, which represented the pinnacle of his professional achievements. Moreover, Portoghesi was a prominent academic, serving as a dean of the Milan School of Architecture and exerting significant influence as an architectural historian and critic on a global scale. His seminal book, Roma Barocca, in 1966, established him as a leading authority on Baroque architecture, particularly on the works of Francesco Borromini and Gian Lorenzo Bernini, as well as on the contribution of Leon Battista Alberti, and numerous other figures. Additionally, during this period, he began to conceptualize the notion of postmodernism in architecture, becoming one of the first European theorists to do so. This concept was later developed in his seminal book, After Modern Architecture, published in 1980. In light of his affiliation with the Italian Socialist Party and its influential leader, Bettino Craxi, he was also appointed as the president of the prestigious Venice Architectural Biennale. Indeed, the project of the Mosque was assigned to the most influential architect in Rome and a figure of international renown. In contrast, the younger and less prominent Moussaoui was endorsed by the center, likely due to his expertise in designing mosques and his Iraqi heritage, despite his formal education in Germany and his current residence in the UK. This is the project of a mosque who he designed in Indonesia, which has not been built, however. The Portoghese archive has been recently come into the possession of the Maxi Museum of Rome, of Modern Art in Rome, and is not yet catalogued. The material dedicated to the mosque is quite rich, yet it lacks the preparatory part of the project, or perhaps it has not have been placed in the appropriate location. Additionally, the archive lacks drawings and documentation that would elucidate the transformation from the initial competition design to the final constructed version. In contrast, the material pertaining to the executive project and the construction is particularly abundant. However, among this limited material, two texts by Portoghese provide insight into the sources that inform the project. The initial text is dated December 11th, 1984. 19th Rabi Aval, 1405. It is a speech delivered by Portoghese at the ceremony marking the laying of the mosque's first stone. The event was attended by the Italian President of the Republic, socialist Sandro Pertini, the aforementioned influential Minister of the Foreign Affairs, Giulio Andreotti, and numerous high-ranking officials from Arabian countries, including the Saudi Arabian Minister of Awqaf and Pilgrimage on behalf of the King, then the General Secretary of the League of the Islamic World, along with other diplomats and religious figures from Egypt and Iraq. Subsequently, Portoghese addressed the Pakistani ambassador. Given the context, his remarks were inherently institutional in nature. He began by underscoring the edifice's role as a manifestation of the culture of peace, emphasizing the importance of tolerance, mutual understanding, and the recognition of diversity and identity across cultures. Portoghese further remarks that the culture of peace can be constructed through the creation of spaces, physical spaces, and structures that facilitate social interaction and observation of religious practices. In the contemporary era, it is evident, he underlines, that a dialogue between the world's major religions is not only a desirable but also a tangible phenomenon. This is a significant shift from the circumstances of just a few decades ago when such an aspiration might have been perceived as implausible. Rome, the universal city par excellence, will be further enhanced by the addition of a new temple that symbolically replicates the shape and dimensions of Muhammad houses in Medina, the earliest ancestral mosque in history. The site is designed to evoke the form of a palm wood, thereby commemorating the site where the Muslim religion originated and flourished, while also serving as a venue for Islamic communities to showcase their cultural heritage to the city of Rome. Indeed, a significant portion of the complex is dedicated to the Islamic Cultural Center, which serves as a conduit between the two cultures and religions. Additionally, a substantial garden will be constructed comprising a multitude of majestic trees, including pines and olive trees. The pines is a typical trees of Rome. by the way. So these two pieces are emblematic of the convergence of two religions and the concept of peace. Here, these slides show us an early sketch by Portuguese's plan in the second project. This is not, it does not reflect, as we see, the project of the competition. Whereas this is the final plan. So the prayer room is this large structure right on the top, and the lower part, these two elongated, stretched buildings, they form the Islamic Cultural Center. Indeed, at this juncture, Portuguese cites the Quran section Surah An-Nur 35, in which the olive tree is referenced. Allah is the light of the heavens and the earth. His light is analogous to a niche containing a lamp. The lamp is situated within a crystal, which is akin to a radiant star. It is illuminated by the oil of a blessed olive tree, which is neither located in the east nor the west. The oil is so luminous that it glows even in the absence of fire, a radiant illumination. Allah guides whomsoever He wills to His light. Furthermore, Allah presents parables for humanity to consider, for Allah is omniscient. Portuguese indicated that this passage of the Quran served as a guiding principle for his design team, particularly in regard to the concept of light. And now we start to walk into the building, especially to the prayer room. The concept of the Roman mosque is based on the idea of a shining light powered by olive oil that is reflected and repeated through 200 holes in the domes of the mihrab in the interior. In another essay published in 1994, which draft is part of the Portuguese archive, Portuguese introduces a further source of inspiration for the project, namely the orientation of the mosque, the Qibla, towards the Kaaba. This aspect is described through the metaphor of a satellite view from the vertical axis over the Kaaba, in which it is possible to see a worldwide system of single units, the mosques, oriented toward that point. These units are analogous to iron fillings attracted by a magnet. This is the metaphor thought by Portuguese. The objective is to create a design that is attracted to the main far pole but also influenced by nearby ones, such as the western wall, the city, the surrounding area with the hill and the river, and the train track, and nearby streets. The edifice is thus modeled on the basis of the interactions between these various poles of attraction, which are effectively illustrated in these two preliminary sketches produced by Portuguese. And we can see how Portuguese represents the waves created by these poles of attraction. From a volumetric and structural standpoint, I don't know what happened. Okay, fine. From a volumetric and structural standpoint, that is, in regard to the relationship between space and structure in the large prayer room, Portuguese posits that the concept originated from the unresolved correlation between the two symbolically significant shapes, the circle and the square, of which we already heard yesterday and today, and the vertical supporting system. The relationship between these two fundamental shapes has been a topic of interest and debate across various civilizations. This is the plan of the prayer room, where we can actually see how the two geometrical figures, they are combined together and visible at the same time. The concept of squaring the circle, and this is the view another view of the prayer room. So the concept of the squaring the circle, which has historically been regarded as an insoluble problem from a purely geometric point of perspective, has been successfully addressed in the field of architecture. This has enabled the simultaneous visualization of the two shapes and their overlapping representation, as exemplified by the prayer room. Islamic architecture has consistently addressed the concept of modularity, integrating a plan based on orthogonal grids, quadrangular cells, and the use of domes and arches at the top to emphasize centrality. Portoghese posit that Roman classical architecture served as a common root for both Islamic and Western architecture. Catholic churches, in particular, addressed analogous concerns from disparate perspectives, such as the structural and functional hierarchy, which unites these two elements and renders them discernible from a stationary vantage point or during the progression of the Christian processions. The primary distinction between a church and a mosque is the structural design and the manner in which it responds to the forces of gravity. In other words, it is the relationship between the supporting and the supported structural elements that sets them apart. And this is a view of the Church of Santa Sabina, early Christian church in Rome. In contrast to the structural and constructive issues that define the notion of wall in other architectural traditions, Byzantine architecture dematerializes this concept, allowing the spaces to be defined by other considerations. In this regard, Procopius of Caesarea in the 6th century, toward the half of the 6th century, renowned account of the Hagia Sophia places emphasis on the voids and their perceptual implication, rather than on the structural elements that define their boundaries. However, it is in Islamic architecture that the structural paradox becomes most evident. The structures are pierced by light, comprising thin pillars in great number, forming a thick vertical rhythm and exhibiting a multitude of other features. The pinnacle of this paradox is the intertwining free arch, a structural device that originated in Roman architecture but has been retained into the structure, rendering it invisible, as a bone under the skin, as Leon Battista Alberti described in his seminal treatise. The earliest known instances of free arches in architectural covering system can be found, according to Portoghese, in Armenian architecture, particularly in the Hagpat monastery. From there, they evolved into a defining feature of Islamic architecture, and we saw before several instances, spanning regions from Spain to Pakistan. Portuguese archival material includes several offerings of short essays and books by Vincenzo Strica, a scholar of Islamic culture and art at Naples Oriental University. These were published between 1974 and 78 and address various aspects of mosques architecture, decoration, and aesthetic. As an architectural historian, Portoghese undertook an exhaustive examination of the precedents, striving to elucidate their significance within the context of his political and religious responsibility. He notes that the free arches, such as those in Amalfi, Ravello, and Monreale, in the southern Italian region, the most exposed to the Muslim world, exemplify a fantastic world in which architecture is in harmony with nature, exploring its fundamental principles. The Romanesque church of Sant'Evasio of the Cathedral of Casale Monferrato in Piedmont provides an illustrative example of how Gothic architecture interprets its structure with a new sensibility. Even Leonardo da Vinci, in his project for the Milan Cathedral of 1487, explores the potential of this structure, this time with pointed arches. However, it is only with Francesco Borromini, Portughese's hero, that the structure acquires an iconological value evoking the Eastern tradition. In the Chapel of the Magi, the Oriental kings visiting Bethlehem in Propaganda Fide, the Vatican institution for the worldwide diffusion of Catholicism, he employs arches intertwined as a basket. These architectural elements will become highly prevalent in Baroque structures and will persist in modern architecture, particularly in buildings constructed with reinforced concrete. For instance, Anatole de Bordeaux employed them in the design of Saint-Jean de Montmartre in Paris from 1894 to 1904, while Pierluigi Nervi utilized them in construction of the hangars at Orbetello in Tuscany. Portoghese assert that their implementation in the Roman Mosque offers a pendular itinerary from east to west, symbolizing the potential for renewed dialogue between Islamic and Italian cultural tradition. The pillars of the Roman Mosque are, in fact, composed of 4 reinforced concrete elements that are slender and vertical, slanting slightly. These elements form a tetrapylon system that lacks of a core, enabling the light to pass through and recalling the tapering of a column. The arches diverge toward the top, forming a sort of transparent capital that evokes a praying hand. However, they are kept together by a ring that serves to converge the load of the covering structure down to the posts. At the pinnacle of the structure, the arches emerge, forming a covering system comprised of intertwined curvilinear elements, evocative of the conventional domes that conceal the underlying roof. The following sketches and more detailed drawings illustrate the structural system in greater detail. This is on your left. This is a preparatory drawing of it's an ink on drafting paper, which eventually the draftsman is now a renowned architect Francesco Cellini, who eventually colored the same drawing, which has been published several times in publication concerning the mosque. And this is a detail of the capital. Portuguese's approach is evident in his use of a path that begins with religious and symbolic elements manifested through shapes and structures. This approach is similarly applied to the domes, which originate from the cosmic image of concentric circles representing the 7 skies mentioned in the Quran. This concept is known in Europe back from the Middle Ages and has even utilized by Dante Alighieri in the Divine Comedy. So is a real trope, at least also in Western culture. Portoghese employs the metaphor of the waves produced by a stone thrown in a pond or a fish jump to visualize this organization, defining this pattern as the echo line. However, it is a paradox that step domes are not part of neither the Islamic tradition nor of the Western one. In the latter, the steps are visible only on the exterior, as in the Dome of the Pantheon. The structural system had a strong legacy during the Renaissance and Baroque. Santivo alla Sapienza is a famous example of this type of dome. Here we can see all the steps that support the lantern. In the 1970 project for the Church of the Holy Family in Salerno, Portoghese adopted the concept of concentric circles to organize the plan and shape the domes, drawing inspiration from Borromini's Santivo. This concept informed several other projects he undertook in the 1970s. The primary dome of the mosque is, in conjunction with the secondary domes, serves to represent the cosmos. The culminating visual and sensory effect is one of profound contemplation, derived from the synthesis of Islamic and Catholic architectural tradition. The concept of listening, in addition to imposing a book, Weak Thought, 1983, which follows a series of essays on the subject. In particular, Vattimo, influenced by Martin Heidegger, developed the concept of weak thought, which is based on the idea that human perception of the world is shaped by historical and linguistic constraints. He posits that truth is a transmission of a linguistic and historical asset that enables and propels the comprehension of the world. In this context, modernity views history as a trajectory of advancement, driven by the pursuit of overcoming inherent limitation. Moreover, the Swedish architectural historian and critic Christian Norberg Schultz, Portughese's close associate, developed a similar concept in his theory of genius loci, where he posited that architecture must be responsive to the power of sight. Consequently, Portoghese extended this theory to encompass the selection and use of materials as well. Typical of Roman architecture from antiquity are the opus testaceo, brickwork, travertine, and peperino. These are alternated with geometrical decoration drawn from Muslim tradition and excerpts from the Quran written on a frieze that runs throughout the interior of the prayer room. In particular, the brickwork is composed of polished bricks that, when assembled, create a remarkably smooth surface. This technique is evident in both Roman ruins and in Renaissance and Baroque buildings, where it allows for the reduction of plaster thickness to less than 1 millimeter. Concurrently, however, the extended horizontal layers of brickworks and marble evoke certain prototypes of modernism, such as the Frank Lloyd Wright's Robbie House, designed by an architect lauded by Portuguese himself, also for his poetic of a cornice. At this juncture, the entire complex of the Roman Mosque succeeded in melding the two cultural universes to which it belongs, through a comprehensive array of elements and patterns drawn from the annals of architectural history. I'm run out of time, right? Yeah. Okay, so that's it. I just want to show you how, in the same years, Portoghese was designed his last version of the project, Jean Nouvel in Paris, for an appointment which very similar function was built in the Centre du Monde Arabe, and we can see that how different is the visual result, even though Jean Nouvel is not neglecting the Arabic source, which is in this case expressed by these panels that, as you know, they work as a camera otturatore. Excuse me?
Lens.
Lens, yes, exactly. So this is how, this is the way how Jean Nouvel expressed in the city of Paris his idea of, as Edward Said would define the Orientalism. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Francesco, for this very illuminating talk. And I invite questions to all our three speakers of the morning session. No questions? That much you need the coffee break? One, okay.
Oh, Francesco, I think it is a typical Portuguese, you know. It is a typical... I think it is a typical architecture of Portuguese, first of all. And what was very interesting in your paper, you showed that he studied Islamic architecture. So we saw, you showed some models, some prototypes. I don't know if he visited such prototypes, if he made drawings of it. But at the end, it is a look, it seems to me, it is a look on Islamic architecture by a Roman architect. He specialized as an architect, a historian of architecture in Barocco architecture. So the comparisons you made with the architecture of Borromini, this was really convincing.
Yes, especially when Portuguese describes his intention. In my opinion, less so when we see the actual building. Portuguese is really good and very convincing in writing. Oh, yes, sure. Portuguese was a really talented writer, and also equipped with quite skills of rhetoric, and he was really good in convincing people. Actually, this is one of his best features. When you read all the reasons and how he selected from both parallel history of architecture, the Islamic and the Western one, it really convinced the reader. But I don't know whether the same result is on the viewer which see the mosque. Even though, in my opinion, not only in my opinion, the mosque is probably the best project he ever did. But you know, we have to, Portuguese also, other than being an historian, he is the first one who tried to architecture to embrace the postmodernism condition, as Lyotard would define it. And so there is also a lot of ideology in what Portuguese's use of history. I don't know if I answered your question, but this is the result of a building designed by an architect / architectural historian. And politician as well.
Questions? No? I have a quick question to Iman, actually, about the craftsman. Because I noticed also from some papers discussed yesterday that the least we know is about the craftsmen or the people behind all these magnificent productions. How much can you tell about any information available about the craftsmen in general? What is the percentage we know, if I may ask in a different way?
Okay, thank you, Fatma, for your question. It is confirmed that we have really very few pieces of information on people and the workshops that were working in architectural decorations during the medieval period, perhaps not only in Egypt. We have very extremely few names that we know. When it comes to people who worked in ornament, we have only one name of a person who did decorations inside two monuments. His name is known, of course, to some of us here, Abdelkader al-Naqash, and he signed in Abu Bakr ibn Muzhir Mosque in the Qibla wall one time, and in Qijmas al-Ishaqi, actually 5, as much as I remember, and one of them is in the center of the mihrab itself. And we have also a name of perhaps a family, because it is Muhammad and Ahmad, or Ahmad and Muhammad Zaglish al-Shami, and the surname refers to a family that perhaps came from the Levant, Shem. That is on the portal of a palace that belonged once to Qawsun and then was owned later by Yashbak min Mahdi. And but this signature is debated among scholars whether these family members decorated the stalactite of the portal or the opposictilla work at that portal. And we have, of course, also a name of a carpenter that signed the member of Abu Bakr ibn Muzhir's mosque again, that is now housed in the National Museum of Islamic Civilizations. And this carpenter came from Damietta. It is interesting to see that it was famous since medieval period with woodwork. Yeah. And when it comes to stone decorations, these are these two families, Abdelkader al-Naqash and Zaglish al-Shami. That's what we have only.
Yeah, I mean, this highlights how the potential of researching this site. Yeah, so hopefully, inshallah. Yeah, you and other researchers. Yeah, very, very interesting. Other questions? Yes?
Yes. So how often double shell technique for building domes has been used for large domes in Persia and the area? I mean, it's because we know how eventually this technique was used by Filippo Brunelleschi for the Dome of Florence.
Yeah, the use of double shells begins in the 11th century. We have two mausolea in northwestern Iran from two neighboring mausolea in the region of Qazvin from the 1070s or 90s, where these are the first extant examples of double shell construction. And then there is the famous large mausoleum of Sultan Sanjar in Marv. And it's interesting that there are no large mosque domes with double shell construction during the Seljuk period. So this seems to be restricted to mausolea, and I cannot explain why. But all examples that appear in earlier textbooks on double shell constructions for Seljuk mosques are wrong.
Meanwhile, hello, I am Ioanna Rapti. My question is twofold. I will continue on the domes. I know a little bit Armenian art and Byzantine art, and I would just make 2 points about St. Sophia first, which St. Sophia of Constantinople. I believe that it was intended to be a unicum and not to be imitated, but ironically, and it was also an architectural and mechanic challenge, but ironically, it was very well imitated by the Ottomans. And the best replica, the best copy of St. Sophia is the Suleymaniye, but we find several micro Hagia Sophias all over the Ottoman Empire. It is really very, very interesting. We can talk perhaps further about the use of drawings, but indeed the information about the reconstruction of the Dome of Hagia Sophia by architect Tiridad is now it is translated very well by Timothy Greenwood, but the passage is problematic. The word used for drawing is model, and it is the purpose of the text is not to say how they build domes and how they restore. The only thing we actually can, and it is also a problem of chronology, but the only thing we can gather is that Armenian builders were mechanics, had the mechanics and the symbolism of building construction, and they were very high appreciated. And this was just a point, and I wanted to continue on Eman's question, your question. I was impressed by the use of mother of pearl, and I'm wondering if there is also pieces of metal or metallic elements used in opus sectile.
Thank you. Yeah, the use of mother of pearl is really unique, especially in the early Mamluk period up until I can say the mid 14th century. Of course, only on wall revestments, not on floors. I can add to the type of materials besides stone decoration, like blue faience, sometimes green. Of course, glass. When it comes to framing some panels, they used in a mosaic style, like tessere of glass, black and white. But no metal. I can say that there were some wooden panels that were added to frame some panels on also, again, of course, the wall dados. But no metal as much as I know. Sometimes on the antique examples, we have metal to support the registers on the floor, but not from the medieval period, as much as I know, yeah.
Thank you all for the questions and discussion, and now I invite you for a short coffee break, and we come back here at 12. Thank you all. Welcome back. I'm happy to start our session 4 of this conference. Session 4 is entitled Traveling Architectural Traditions. And I'm very happy to welcome our colleague, Dr. Souad Toumi from Tunisia, from the Institut National du Patrimoine de Tunisie. Her presentation in French is l'art de l'architecture troglodyte au sud-est tunisien, mosquée, église chrétienne et synagogue. Please welcome Dr. Souad Toumi.
Merci à tous. Avant de commencer, je veux dire quelques mots. Un grand merci à Sabrine, à Fatma et à Nada et toute l'équipe d'organisation. Je vais vous présenter aujourd'hui l'art de l'architecture et la construction à travers les mosquées troglodytes, les églises, les synagogues juives dans le sud-est de la Tunisie. Alors, la région du sud-est de la Tunisie est un espace riche qui a longtemps recueilli un nombre énorme de témoignages matériels et immatériels, dont certains pourraient remonter à des périodes préhistoriques. Cela se manifeste à travers les couches géologiques qui contiennent des silex, des ossements et des coquillages marins. Certains monuments et témoignages de la région sud-est approfondir leur étude et m'incitent à étudier qui restent presque méconnus en raison de leur situation dans les zones reculées. Me motive également à explorer une partie du patrimoine architectural religieux. L'envie d'étudier ce sujet en particulier vient du fait que la région n'a pas bénéficié d'un nombre suffisant d'études, malgré les efforts de nombreux chercheurs qui se sont concentrés sur les monuments religieux de manière isolée, notamment ceux de l'époque médiévale. Pourtant, la diversité architecturale est une caractéristique marquante du sud tunisien. Celle témoigne de l'évolution des civilisations et de stabilité de la population dans ces régions. Parmi les manifestations les plus remarquables de cette diversité se trouvent les mosquées troglodytes, les églises, les synagogues qui s'étendent géographiquement et couvrent des domaines importants du tissu architectural régional. Grâce à leur intégration avec diverses civilisations, peuples, coutumes et traditions variées, ces monuments répandus dans plusieurs régions sont devenus des éléments essentiels déterminants et caractérisent la carte architecturale du sud tunisien. Ces monuments ont plus cités dans les ouvrages des voyageurs et des chercheurs de l'histoire de la région, sont devenus également des sites touristiques témoignant de la continuité historique et culturelle et établissant ainsi leur présence dans le présent et le futur de la région. Dans cette approche, nous nous efforcerons de clarifier les caractéristiques de la carte des monuments des trois religions dans le sud tunisien. Nous prenons comme exemple des régions telles que Jerba, l'île de Jerba, Matmata, Gebes et Medine. Nous examinerons dans un premier temps les principales caractéristiques architecturales, techniques et historiques de chaque type de monument. Et dans un second temps, nous mettons en lumière les points de similitude en essayant enfin de proposer une approche innovante dans la mise en valeur de ces monuments afin de les intégrer dans un projet de développement durable. On va commencer par le cadre géographique historique. Le sud tunisien, territoire d'accueil des Berbères, se présente comme un refuge pour ce groupe ethnique autochtone. Ces communautés vivant principalement dans les montagnes en développant un mode de vie qui ne favorise pas la construction de grandes villes ou des monuments imposants. Ainsi, sur l'île du Djerba, bien que profondément enracinée de l'histoire berbère, on trouve principalement des villages et des habitations modernes sans vestiges significatifs d'anciennes cités berbères. Cela témoigne de l'adaptation de ces tribus à leur environnement, préférant ériger des maisons simples adaptées aux pays locaux. Signalant à ce propos la géographie de Djerba, sans montagne, à limiter la possibilité de construction oblige les Berbères à créer des habitations adaptées à un environnement plat. Parce que Djerba est une surface plate, mais les autres régions, Gebs, Matmata, Douiret, Mednin et tout ça, sont des régions montagneuses. En revanche, les villages de Perché, Douiret, Chneni, Germesa, Matmat, ainsi que d'autres localités comme Bnirdesh, Zamour, Ksar al-Halouf illustrent la richesse de l'architecture vernaculaire. Alors, on va étudier le christianisme et le judaïsme avec les musulmans ibadites au sud tunisien. Cette lecture sera orientée vers la caractéristique multi-religieuse de la religion sud-est et surtout la présence juive dans un milieu ibadite musulman. C'est cette interaction entre l'homme et la nature qui a généré ce modèle d'habitat troglodyte qui présente des spécificités et une originalité unique dans le pays. Dans cette communication, nous allons essayer d'étudier quelques exemples de chaque type de monument. Alors, le christianisme au sud tunisien, influencé par le judéo-berbère et les musulmans, témoigne d'une histoire complexe de coexistence et d'échanges culturels depuis l'époque romaine. Cette dynamique a façonné l'identité régionale, laissant un somptueux patrimoine foisonnant de la diversité. Les mosquées et les synagogues creusées dans le sol datant de la période qui suit la chute de la capitale ibadite, Tahart aux mains des Fatimides en 1909, après Jésus-Christ, cela a poussé les groupes ibadites de montagne Nafousa et Ibn Ibzab à entrer dans une phase de dissimulation. Étant situées sur l'île de Djerba, ces mosquées témoignent du passage d'une phase de révélation à une phase de clandestinité, marquée à la construction des grottes et abris pour préserver la rite ibadite à l'île de Djerba. Ces grottes ont joué un rôle crucial dans la sécurité des croyants, en offrant un refuge pour camoufler leurs convictions. Architecturée dans les roches et sous terre, elle comporte des espaces dissimulés sous forme de cavités, des caves, intégrant tous les éléments de la vie sociale, semblables à ce que de grandes mosquées construites en surface. Alors, les judéo-berbères, étant que groupe ancien, ont souvent servi de médiateurs entre les traditions chrétiennes et les autres influences religieuses présentes dans la région. Dans ces régions, les ibadites ont contribué à la préservation des sites chrétiens et ont interrogé avec les communautés chrétiennes, favorisant des échanges culturels et religieux. Les monuments religieux tels que les églises, les mosquées et les synagogues, coexistent souvent dans des espaces partagés, refléter l'histoire de la coexistence et du dialogue interreligieux. Ces édifices sont un exemple de la lumière dont l'architecture s'adapte au relief de la région puisqu'ils ont été construits pour s'harmoniser avec la nature montagneuse environnante. On va commencer par un édifice juif, c'est la synagogue troglodyte de Matmata. La synagogue de Matmata n'est pas simplement une architecture allant spécifier berbère et juif. C'est un monument incarnant la rencontre entre le lieu et la mémoire. Le mystère qui entoure ce mélange complexe reflète les relations succédées entre l'espace et le culte. La synagogue se compose d'une salle de prière troglodyte où la lumière pénètre uniquement par l'entrée de la chambre souterraine. Les ombres qui s'en forment animent les parcours vers l'arrière de l'espace où se trouve le haïkel. Le haïkel, c'est ça. Alors, au niveau du mur sacré, elle comprend également une annexe composée de chambres creusées présentant des voûtes parallèles à la salle principale de la synagogue. Pour des raisons de sécurité et de proximité avec la communauté, la synagogue est située près des habitations. À proximité se trouve une grotte appartenant à une famille juive. Cet endroit n'est pas seulement un lieu de prière, elle était un lieu de réunion et d'étude. Du monument judaïque, on va passer directement à un monument islamique. La mosquée ibadite est double en termes de technique de construction car elle combine l'excavation de la maçonnerie. Elle date de la période médiévale, précisément de l'année 1811. Hijr. Il se trouve dans la région de Dhar, sur le flanc oriental des montagnes Mzanzen, au milieu d'un environnement rural agricole entouré de plusieurs habitations troglodytes. La mosquée se compose de deux parties, l'une construite et l'autre creusée. La première salle creusée, elle comporte 3 dalles longues et tant de dalles larges. Elle comprend environ elle date environ 1408-1409 de notre ère. Il s'agit des arcs sous forme semi-circulaire avec des nervures au point de rencontre avec le plafond. Le mihrab est situé au centre du mur de la qibla et les flanquants de 2 petites fenêtres qui aident à aérer et à éclairer la salle de prière. Une inscription de fondation Ashhadu an la ilaha illallah wa ashhadu anna Muhammadan abduhu wa rasuluhu. La deuxième salle bâtie, la salle de prière supérieure a été construite à l'ouest de la mosquée troglodyte. La plupart de ces éléments se sont enfrontés et il ne reste que le mur de la qibla qui comporte 3 niches pour les livres et le mihrab avec l'inscription suivante Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. La salle d'ablution aussi, il s'agit d'une salle d'ablution qui est située à gauche de la salle de prière et un annexe où se trouve un cimetière situé au centre et en partie de l'est de l'édifice. On va passer maintenant à l'île de Jerba. C'est ça, la salle de prière de cette mosquée qui se trouve à Jbal al-Dhar. On passe maintenant à l'île de Jerba, la mosquée troglodyte à l'île de Jerba. Avant de commencer de faire une description sur cette mosquée, il est très intéressant de souligner tout d'abord les caractéristiques architecturales de l'île de Jerba et son intégration dans le système social, ce qui renvoie à la dialectique entre l'architecture et l'urbanisme. Ainsi, la diversité de l'habitat et de la population sur l'île en termes de croyances religieuses, d'authenticité et de couleur témoigne d'une richesse architecturale où les minorités expriment leur identité à travers leur architecture. En fonction de leur appartenance religieuse et historique, l'île est également marquée par un réseau de mosquées que l'on ne le trouve pas par ailleurs qu'en Tunisie, ce qui illustre la multiplicité de la région. Oui. Donc, nous allons étudier un exemple de ces mosquées qui s'appelle l'Outa. L'Outa, c'est comme la surface en arabe. Situé à Sedwikj, pas loin de la rive de Jerba, dans une région ibadite au cœur de la forêt d'oliviers. Sa partie supérieure est visible au-dessus du sol. Cette mosquée date du XIe siècle, soit de notre ère. Elle se compose d'une salle de prière, d'un minaret réduit et des escaliers collés à un des murs de la salle. Elle comprend également une fesqia, une salle d'ablution et un kouteb. Kouteb, c'est une école coranique. Son entrée est en pente. Il s'agit d'une voûte longitudinale présentant un design unique en harmonie avec l'environnement. La construction est faite de pierres dures locales assemblées avec un mortier d'argile mélangé à de petits morceaux de poterie ordinaire. Quant au toit, il est composé d'une épaisse couche de chaux. Tous les matériaux de construction proviennent de ressources locales. La mosquée a été restaurée en 1991 par l'Institut national du patrimoine. Aucune inscription n'est présente dans cette mosquée. De la religion islamique, on va passer au christianisme. Il s'agit d'une église rurale à Médine, Henshir Ghoradzit. Le site se trouve actuellement à 10 km au sud de Médine, environ de 4 km à l'est de la route Médine-Tataouine. Actuellement, il s'agit des restes de poussoir à huile, d'un petit puits antique, des ruines d'un fortin de plats carrés, ainsi que d'une église et d'une chambre funéraire découverte à 25 mètres à l'ouest de l'église, avec ses mobiliers funéraires signalés sur le site. L'église a connu 2 phases d'occupation et a subi nombreuses modifications. Elle était en mauvais état de conservation au moment de la découverte. Elle est partiellement fouillée et le reste n'a été dégagé que superficiellement. L'édifice mesure sans le contrôle abside 20 mètres de longueur, 11 mètres de large. Il est doté de 2 absides et orienté selon un axe ouest, le quadratum populi. Oui. L'accès à cet édifice se fait par une entrée située dans l'angle sud-est, dotée de 3 marches. Les fouilles ont mis à jour 2 tessons de céramique à son bon état de conservation en mesurant 0,65 mètres de large. A été réemployé dans la 2e marche menant à la nef centrale et porte une inscription libique. On va passer maintenant au point de similitude entre les 3 types de monuments. Les monuments troglodytes se composent généralement d'une salle de prière qui constitue l'unité architecturale principale, entourée d'une cour et d'un espace ouvert. Bien que cet espace puisse être absent dans certaines mosquées, les éléments liés à l'eau, tels que le fasqiyya ou le mejid, on peut trouver dans les 3 types de monuments tout ce qui est un élément lié à l'eau. C'est également présent l'architecture de ces monuments et à l'image de ces principes. Une architecture austère privilégiant la simplicité. Elle est souvent visible dans un espace religieux qui reflète l'harmonie entre la vie quotidienne et la spiritualité, tout en illustrant les traditions de l'architecture locale. Du point de vue matériaux, et des techniques de construction, ces monuments reposent largement sur des ressources locales. En effet, la pierre, le plâtre et le chaux sont principalement utilisés, contribuant ainsi à la solidité et la durabilité des constructions troglodytes. L'histoire de leur construction reflète également les évolutions politiques et religieuses de la région à traverser, offrant ainsi un point de départ pour une compréhension plus profonde du contexte social et culturel des régions du sud-est tunisien. L'architecture de ces monuments se distingue par une simplicité, un choix délibéré qui répond à des besoins fonctionnels tout en respectant les traditions artisanales. Réalisée par des artisans spécialisés dans les constructions en montagne, cette architecture incarne un effort collectif en spontané, fruit des compétences et des expériences accumulées au sein de la communauté. De ce fait, les dimensions sociales et religieuses sont essentiellement à la continuité et à l'existence de ces monuments jusqu'à nos jours. Un aspect renforcement non seulement leur valeur historique, mais aussi leur valeur en tant qu'un espace de rassemblement et de transmission des échanges commerciaux, artisanaux et artistiques. Du point de vue esthétique, la diversité de ces monuments témoigne indéniablement d'une richesse esthétique, ce qui valorise partiellement un espace d'harmonie créé d'un environnement, la nature et les vestiges archéologiques, notamment les monuments. En plus de l'influence des conditions extérieures et des emplacements, certains monuments tirent leur valeur esthétique de leurs propres éléments. Plusieurs d'entre eux présentent des caractéristiques de l'architecture et des inscriptions rares, comme les graffitis. Ce sont des graffitis qu'on peut l'appeler en arabe al-mukharbichet, ainsi que des gravures de divers types de décorations observées dans de nombreux monuments troglodytes, qu'ils soient domestiques ou religieux, et même dans l'Uqsour. Alors, après cette présentation, on va voir une idée comment on va valoriser ce patrimoine. Suite à cette étude, nos interrogations émergent. Comment peut-on tirer parti de ces monuments troglodytes dans le cadre d'un développement durable? Alors, mise en valeur des édifices religieux. Notre intervention vise à proposer une nouvelle approche pour la mise en valeur de ces édifices, ayant pour but de souligner que la durée d'établissement d'un monument religieux, quel que soit son type ou sa fonction, ne se mesure qu'au fil du temps. Cependant, rien n'empêche la poursuite de l'exploitation de ces monuments pour préserver leur présence et leur importance au sein des communautés. Dans le sud-est, où coexistent patrimoine matériel et immatériel, cette interaction a toujours inspiré de l'architecture locale. Ces édifices ne sont pas seulement des témoignages du passé, mais également des vecteurs de mémoire personnelle et d'identité. Il est donc essentiel de développer des projets futurs qui assurent un développement durable de ces lieux de mémoire. Ces initiatives pourraient inclure des programmes de sensibilisation. Cela peut se faire à travers un air culturel, touristique, économique et social qui se déroule chaque année dans le village de Zamour ou ses environnements. Cet événement nommé Zamour Trekking permet aux jeunes de la région de se concentrer sur les points suivants. En premier lieu, valorisation du patrimoine. En intégrant ces éléments dans la gestion des monuments troglodytes, il est possible de promouvoir un développement durable qui respecte à la fois le patrimoine culturel et l'environnement, tout en soutenant l'économie locale. Cependant, notre documentation directe, réalisée par le bâti de visite de terrain, en complet, ces visites ont même conduit à la découverte de plus en plus nombreux de monuments nécessitent des interventions classées selon leur priorité afin de protéger et conserver notre héritage. Pour répondre aux priorités immédiates de ce plan de gestion, nous prévoyons de mesurer une analyse approfondie des monuments figurant sur la liste d'urgence, une documentation minutieuse, un diagnostic, un examen détaillé de leurs compétences permettront d'établir une liste d'interventions spécifiques pour chaque monument. Sensibilisation. Organiser des visites guidées, comme celle-là, des visites guidées et des ateliers pour sensibiliser le public à l'importance historique et culturelle des monuments troglodytes. Restauration. Mettre en place des projets de restauration qui respectent les techniques traditionnelles et les matériaux locaux, tout en préservant l'authenticité de la région. Le tourisme rural, écotourisme, développer des itinéraires touristiques concentrés sur les monuments troglodytes, intégrant dans des activités respectueuses de l'environnement comme les randonnées ou les séjours comme ça. Les randonnées et les séjours au milieu naturel. Hébergement écologique, créer des structures d'accueil en utilisant des matériaux locaux et des pratiques de conservation durable, tout en intégrant des éléments de l'architecture troglodyte. Formation et emploi, c'est très nécessaire cette étape. Formation des locaux, offrir des programmes de formation pour les habitants sur les métiers liés au patrimoine, tels que la restauration et le guide touristique pour encourager l'emploi local. L'artisanat local, promouvoir des artisans locaux qui utilisent des techniques traditionnelles afin de soutenir l'économie locale et de maintenir des savoir-faire ancestraux. Conservation environnementale, gestion de ressources. Conservation environnementale se compose de 2 points, gestion de ressources et protection d'environnement. Mettre en place des pratiques de gestion de ressources en eau et en énergie dans les monuments, favorisant l'utilisation des énergies renouvelables et créer des espaces protégés autour des monuments pour préserver la biodiversité dans l'environnement local. Ensuite, on passe d'une étape très nécessaire, c'est la collaboration et le partenariat. Établir des collaborations entre les autorités locales et l'ONG et le secteur privé pour financer des projets de développement durable. Engagement des communautés, impliquer les communautés locales dans la prise de décision concernant l'utilisation de la gestion des monuments afin de garantir que leurs besoins et leurs intérêts soient pris en compte. On passe enfin à la conclusion. Cet aperçu historique met en lumière la présence ancienne des minorités chrétiennes et juives dans le sud-est tunisien, qui s'est progressivement intégrée à une société majoritairement musulmane. Cette intégration a une influence sur divers aspects de la vie. Aussi, enfin, à travers cette communication, nous avons tenté de mettre en lumière les dimensions visibles et invisibles des monuments troglodytes. Fragilisés par les propres histoires, nous avons interrogé l'état actuel de ces édifices et nous inspirons à la fois de l'attente face à la dégradation des monuments en ruine et de leur fragilité prospective. Nous choisissons alors de revisiter ces monuments oubliés autant que patrimoine culturel menacé de disparition. Cela nécessite prise de conscience et de la nécessité de valoriser ce patrimoine et de se promouvoir un tourisme durable qui respecte et préserve ces trésors historiques. Avant de terminer, je souhaite exprimer le plaisir que j'ai d'être aujourd'hui parmi vous pour vous présenter les monuments religieux troglodytes au sud tunisien. J'espère que cette présentation sera l'occasion d'explorer de nouvelles approches pour valoriser ces sites souterrains et troglodytes, en les faisant ressortir de l'ombre et en les intégrant pleinement dans notre patrimoine culturel et dans le futur projet de développement durable. Pour conclure, L'intérêt pour nous, c'est comment préserver ce bien culturel en Syrie, cette singularité architecturale évidente, ces habitations et des édifices vernaculaires intégrés au paysage et adaptés à un milieu naturel peu favorable et qui illustrent des formes traditionnelles d'établissement humain et d'utilisation ingénieuse du territoire. Et merci pour votre attention.
Thank you very much, Said, for the great presentation, also for bringing the perspective of sustainability and community engagement, especially to our discussion in this conference. So thank you very much. I think we will move to our next presentation, and please keep your questions to Dr. Said to the discussion. Your talk, and I think we keep the questions after the last talk of this session. Sorry, our next speaker is Dr. Mustafa Tupiev from the German Archaeological Institute in Cairo, and he will present us a talk entitled A Tale of Two Cities. Please welcome Dr. Mustafa.
Thank you, Fatma, for the nice introduction. In the 10th volume of his famous travelogue, better? Now? Now it's better? I'm too high. How it is now? Okay. In the 10th volume of his travelogue, the famous Ottoman traveler Evliya Çelebi, for the ones of you who want to read the text, it's chapter 25, really interesting lecture. Evliya Çelebi writes the following sentences. In Cairo, there are 156 mosques of former sultans, the like of which cannot be found anywhere else in Rome. This is in Anatolia or in the Balkan Peninsula. In the Arab or Persian lands, in short, anywhere else in the entire Islamic world. He must know what he's speaking about. A traveler of over 40 years has seen all of the provinces of the Ottoman Empire between Vienna and Ethiopia. Nowhere else was such marvelous sultan and rulers' mosques built, each one a construction from paradise. Now, the most beautiful examples of religious architecture are also the most outstanding achievements of mankind. They are built for a higher authority, sacred buildings that exceed the expectation of their patrons, spurred on by their faith and guided by their sense of power. The architects responsible for these building projects and the craftsmen who participated created buildings that testify to a degree of ingenuity, ambition, and technical knowledge and skill, of course, that is rarely equaled in secular buildings. One of the characteristics of religious monuments, and the reason why religious architecture is so famous, is that it impresses and moves people who share neither the culture nor the faith of the patrons and the craftsmen who planned and built the buildings. The fact that this is the first conference in a series of talks that deal with the topic of religious architecture with colleagues that met in Istanbul, in Rome, and now in Cairo, is just a point in favor of my claim. Now, this is also the place to thank the organizer for the opportunity to talk here today about a topic that keeps me occupied since several years, namely the architecture and appearance of mosques in Cairo from the Ottoman period, or more precisely the classical Ottoman period. For the ones of you who do not deal with Ottoman architecture so often, this is the time roughly from the last quarter of the 15th century until the middle of the 17th century. For anyone who deals with this period, this is by far the most spectacular and well-studied periods in the 700 years of development of Ottoman architecture. It is sometimes equal to the rules of Sultan Suleiman the Magnificent and his and after him, after the rule of Selim the Second and Murad the First, up until the time of Ahmed the First. When Ottoman governors during the 16th century and the first half of the 17th century who were recruited through a system or institution called the Child Levy, or Devshirme Ottoman, predominantly from Christian peasant families from the Balkan Peninsula, socialized afterwards in Istanbul, and trained in the imperial court, later served in the provinces of the empire, and paved the way to spread out a very distinctive Ottoman style of architecture in a series of construction projects, not only mosques, but several mosques, who very detailedly studied in a publication by Gülru Necipoğlu, on which I will say several words later. This is the publication, the Sinan, Architecture Culture in the Ottoman Empire. This period is very well known for the fact that we have a group of monuments that appear in the Ottoman provinces that appear very uniform in their physical form. And we can describe these monuments as having several characteristic features. Having a rectangular courtyard enclosed by arcades, vestibule with dome base, a forecourt clearly separated from the prayer hall, a rectangular domed prayer hall, pointed minarets which are closely connected to the prayer halls, and individual building elements that are precisely defined and form together a single unit. These characteristics were singled out by a very well-known architectural historian who has dealt with the Ottoman period, Geoffrey Goodwin. Here you have an example from the last quarter of the 15th century, and it is interesting that in the perception of architectural historians who are dealing with the Islamic period in general and with the history of architecture as a whole, somebody like David Macaulay, who has also published a work called Mosque. This is the way a mosque is supposed to look like, and this and the only way a mosque should be built. And he's very well aware of the fact that we have many and different architectural styles that are spread throughout the Islamic world. And this, of course, is not the only one existing, but is rather predominant. Now, unlike any other areas of the Islamic world and historical periods, the 16th century of Ottoman architecture can be characterized by the presence or existence of theoretical works that to some extent deal with the nature of planning and architecture and construction. These works were dictated by the famous Ottoman architect Sinan, and we have different versions of the text. Some of them are a little bit longer, some of them are rather short, only lists of buildings. And we have also a treatise by a student of Sinan, Sidefkar Mehmet Aga, the one who was responsible for the Blue Mosque in Istanbul. All of these works are published in English translations, so whoever is interested can read what they say. A point in favor of the claim that religious monuments are the most important monuments also in the Islamic world are the buildings and building functions in Ottoman primary sources from the 16th century, which point to the fact that Friday mosques are the most important ones, both for the architect and for the patron. And then the same author is a little bit undecided as what follows after that, but he's very much aware of the fact that aqueducts are like a substantial technological achievement, and this is also in his sources. This is the building functions on which he's most proud of. Now, coming back to Egypt, this is the situation at the end of the 15th century, and the picture of this particular Ottoman Sultan, Selim I. This is most probably the most famous one in Egypt, known for the fact that he conquered the former Mamluk empire in 1517. And then what followed, according to different secondary sources, is let's call it a very negative depiction of developments. From this moment, following the conquest of Selim I, the events of the history of Egypt are devoid of interest, so no need to look what's going on in Cairo. They are nothing but small riots, palace revolutions, dispute of soldiers, murders, poisonings, and never had as a goal the improvement of the destiny of these unhappy people. Cairene monuments from the 16th to the 18th century show merely how Arab genius was extinguished under Turkish influence. Prida Ven, a very famous architectural historian who has worked in Cairo, or a second author, Marcel Clerget, Cairo returned under the Ottomans to the dispersed patterns of settlement that had been favored by the earliest Arabs. The growing disorder of the city plan and difficulty of communication reflect the political and economic anarchy of the times. Details at every level confirm the decline of Cairo. It came to be no more than an aged city ruined by anarchy, devastated by epidemics, and preyed on by a band of brigands. We can continue in this way. Cairo, there is less original thought, little is written, few buildings are constructed, and if repairs are sometimes carried out, most frequently ruins are left to accumulate. Egypt seems plunged into a deep sleep. Now, a little bit more positive depiction of the period can be found in the article of John Alden Williams on the monuments of Ottoman Cairo, who says, and this is an understatement, a general lack of attention for Cairo's Ottoman monuments by scholars, visitors, historians, architectural historians, and the public generally. The reasons they are from a period widely regarded as decadent and inglorious. Yes, these historical monuments are invaluable documents of the history of Cairo with illustrative information on the history of Islamic Egypt, but of the larger empire of which Egypt then formed a part. And here one would expect that then a larger interest in the architectural development and construction activities in Cairo appeared, but no, we have to read in an article by Doris Berens Abu Saif that, like all major historical events, the Ottoman conquest of Egypt had an impact on the development of the visual arts, introduced the most significant rupture in the art history since the Arab conquest. The fall of the Mamluks marked a turning point in the art history of Egypt and Syria, but also in the Muslim world in general. With the conquest of Cairo, the Ottomans appropriated the major metropolis and artistic center of the medieval Muslim world at a time when Istanbul's glorious age had not yet begun. Unlike the rise of the Mamluks, who emerged from the establishment of their Ayyubid predecessors, the Ottomans came as power invaders from a foreign territory with a well-established tradition of government and articulated artistic experience of their own. This furthermore contributed to the break in the art history of Egypt. This is interesting because by being wrong in this claim, Doris Berens Abu Saif is actually right. Whoever has had the possibility or interest into the archaeology of the early Islamic period may be aware of an article by Jeremy Jones on the first 70 years of Muslim control of any Muslim territory that was conquered after 642. And he basically says that nothing changes. We have also publications by Alan Wormsley on Syria during the Islamic period, early Islamic Syria, and he says basically the same. There are no changes in the first 100 years after the Muslim conquest, and this basically also is to a very big extent also the case in Cairo. The first important monument of Ottoman architecture by the majority of historians of architecture, it's not even recognized as an Ottoman monument, is, of course, the monument of the first Ottoman governor, Hayrbek, who happened to be the last Mamluk governor of Aleppo and famously changed sides in the decisive battle of Marjtabak. When we have a look at this list of buildings here, we see that something strange is going on, and that the theoretical models that were proposed so far somehow does not appear to be true in Cairo, for whatever reason. So we can follow on. We have monuments that, when we look at the level of their ground plans, somehow appear Ottoman, and others that doesn't really seem to follow a recognizable architectural style, but in fact are the real innovations. So this is the situation at the end of the so-called classical period of Ottoman architecture, and it is interesting to see that when we gather the monuments that are constructed between 1517 and 1660, this is the end of the classical period, we realize that there were only 3 monuments that follow an imperial Ottoman style in Cairo. The majority of the monuments do not. Now, this is not, I'm not the one to recognize this. The famous French scholar who was the one who reintroduced serious interest and scholarly investigation of Cairo and the Arab provinces during the Ottoman period, with very impressive results about Egypt and about Syria, says the following: the phenomenon that is immediately striking when one considers a production of such considerable numerical importance is that the actual number of what one could call monuments of Ottoman style is really quite limited. We have located a total of 15 important monuments of the mosque type in the Arab provinces that can be related to the models presented by the capital of the empire. As I said, in Cairo we have only 3. And there are newer attempts to deal with this period in the Arab provinces. Most famous of all is, of course, the publication by Hegna Watempo on the architecture of Aleppo during the 16th century. And she says the following: Ottoman architecture is an artifact of an empire. It was both an imperial project, a centrally planned network of buildings and spaces disseminated throughout the territories of the Sultan, and the result of countless local initiatives that wove their own complex web of formal and institutional relationship with the center and with other imperial provinces. How does it look in detail in Cairo? I have decided to present 2 case studies which are usually listed as arguments in favor of the model where a well-developed center, in this case the imperial capital Istanbul, laboriously produces building types and designs, and these designs are then sent to the provinces and formalized and constructed on the spot by people who really do not have any decision to take on the building projects themselves. The first example is the Mosque of Suleiman Pasha, which, as far as I'm aware, yesterday you had the opportunity to visit. The mosque is inside the citadel, and I'm very curious about your impressions of the building yesterday. With its appearance and plan, it has several questions that are still open. The first of it starts with the location of the building. This is the first major monument that is constructed in an Imperial Ottoman style. The question is, for whom? Was it visible at all? And if this is a sign of victory, who could see it? I would lift the secret from the city of Cairo. It is impossible to see the monument. The only possibility you have when you approach the citadel from that would be the southeast, northwest, almost right. Here you see it in a painting from the 19th century. barely visible in the back. On my screen, it's a little bit better to see. And the interesting, the questions that appear immediately are what type of buildings do we have here and how are they organized together? If there is anything novel about Ottoman architecture in Cairo, it is the way to plan the buildings as a loose connections of monuments that are interconnected and somehow organized around the garden setting. And here we have a mosque, on which I will say a little bit more. Then we have a courtyard, a structure that is interpreted as a mausoleum, here on the picture with a green dome, and a maktab. Now, the mausoleum is actually a refunctioned Fatimid mausoleum of somebody who used to be a governor, but was recognized as a Sahaba by the Ottomans and then venerated as a Muslim saint. And some of the Ottoman dignitaries were later buried in this building. The building, the mosque, is a very unusual mix of local elements and elements that can be loosely defined as Ottoman. The local elements, of course, are stone mosaic, on which we heard a lot by Iman, that cover the dado. And Ottoman elements, among others, are the minaret, the pendentives of the transition zone of the building, and not to such an extent the dome. The dome is very unusual, and if one tends to be too negative in the description, it appears as if it is a structure that was designed by a Mamluk architect who wanted to have a dome and then changed his mind in the middle of the project. Do we have any projects from the Ottoman capital that may have influenced in some way the design of these monuments? We do. And when we compare it with buildings from the last quarter of the 15th century, I surprised recognized that the roots of this type of buildings are a little bit deeper, and they go back to the period immediately after the conquest of Cairo. It is a shrine in Ayub, the shrine of Ayub Ansari, a very venerated site even today for the population of Istanbul, that was recovered or identified shortly after the conquest of Istanbul. And there, the Ottoman Sultan Mehmed II commissioned a building. This is the grave of the saint with a mosque and then with a courtyard. We find some similarities here with the courtyard and then also with the mosque that follows a form that is closely resembling the form of the monument as it was before the reconstruction of the 16th century. We also find a plan from the 15th century, which is dated to the period of roughly around 1460, and it has been analyzed as maybe a fragment of a plan that might have been a proposal for the mosque of Mehmed II in Istanbul. The Mosque of Mehmed II of Istanbul is also not preserved, but we know about the appearance of the building. And here as well, we have a dome, then a half dome on the side of the mihrab, and a courtyard, documented in a painting by Melchior Lorich, and then in another one by Francesco Scarella. So if other examples from Istanbul prove that this model from the time of Mehmed II was still very much influential at the end of the 15th century during the Rainer Bayezid II, a monument that appears akin to the ground plan of the Suleiman Pasha's mosque. This is the mosque of Ghazi Atik Pasha, Atik Ali Pasha, which is on the Divan Yolu and was very well visible for Ottoman governors or Ottoman dignitaries who, on their way from the palace to the Edirne Kapı passed by there. Today it is located very close to the Grand Bazaar. If anyone is interested to have a look in it, it is easily accessible. The most famous example, of course, of a monument that has this particular ground plan is the Mosque of Mihrimah Sultan on the shores of the Bosphorus in Üsküdar, on the Asian side of the straits. It is a building that was constructed by the famous court architect Sinan. And the most characteristic features of this monument that is still very visible today when someone approaches from the straits is a facade that consists of a portico that is turned towards the waterfront. Here are several pictures. This idea apparently was very appealing to the patron of our second case study, the monument of Sinan Pasha in Bulak, which is the monument that you recognized as the first when you approached the port of Bulak from the Nile. This is a dome building with a portico that is turned towards the waterfront. Today, of course, none of this can be seen. We have development project, the World Trade Center is there, so it is almost impossible to make even a photo of the main facade. So this is why I'm using this historical photo here. Now, this is the second monument that usually has been identified as an argument in favor of the theoretical model where the center decides the building projects in the province during the 16th century. But when we have a closer look at the architecture of the monument, that we really immediately recognize something strange going on. You have to trust me on that one. You are never going to find something similar in Anatolia or in the Balkan provinces. What I mean is yes, this is a dome building, but already the transition zone here is unique and can be found only in Cairo. This is a solution that is known only from the time of Kayıkbay, and apparently a Mamluk ruler from the last part of the 15th century. And apparently it was very appealing to the architect who designed the mosque during the 1560s. The idea that the patron did not control the building process, and this is why we can explain the appearance of this monument in this particular way, is misleading. The patron, Sinan Pasha, is known to have very closely followed up his building projects, to have sent money from other Ottoman provinces, and to have gone as far as to order glass from Venetia to design the windows of the mosque. The glass is still in situ. So one of the few examples. Sinan Pasha is also known as a patron of other building projects across the Ottoman Empire. So this gives us the rare opportunity to question the technical term Ottoman architecture from the classical period. What does we mean with that? If we have the same patron who builds, gives the assignment for the same building function in different Ottoman provinces, almost at the same time, does these buildings appear similar? And no, they do not. We have quite surprising regional differences, as you can see here in this folio. The example is in Damascus. specialists on the period are still arguing about the reasons why we do have this particular form of minaret above the main entrance. There is not a second example of that, a minaret covered with tiles. The ablak is, again, a feature that is characteristic for the architecture of Damascus. The main portal in a Mamluk form as well, but what about the tiles? Where do they come from? And what about the type of ground plan with the open main facade to the courtyard? He, of course, has also commissioned a monument or a complex in Istanbul. And here again, we see that unlike the mosque in Cairo, which is in the center of a large construction campaign with several caravanserais, here the mosque is the smallest element of the complex. The major building here is the mausoleum of the patron. The mosque, you really have to be careful not to miss it when you're inside the complex. This is this small building here above. More important is the madrasa, and as I said, the mausoleum of the patron. And again, he has constructed a mosque in his former city, in Kačanik, today in Kosovo, in the Balkan Peninsula. And the appearance of this mosque is again in maybe very on the surface to be compared to the mosque that he has constructed in Bulak, Damascus, and in Istanbul. But here as well we have several regional peculiarities. For example, the main entrance, or the way to construct main facade with the ashlars and then to build the mosque behind it with Bruchsteinmauerwerk. I'm not remember. Yeah. So, if we have to conclude the territorial expansion in the 1570s, if anything, it makes it a little bit difficult to gain an overview of mosques from the Ottoman period, particularly in the former Mamluk realm. Connections within the dynastically classified monuments, variations, mutual influences between the different provinces of the Ottoman Empire are largely ignored. The same can be said also about the migration of craftsmen in the construction business. Almost everybody in Cairo is aware of the fact, due to the reference in the work of Ibn Ilyas, that after the conquest, craftsmen from Cairo were gathered and then taken to Istanbul. Almost nobody has tried to identify the monuments in Istanbul that they created, and there are most probably, if any, just one. This is the dome chamber with the items that are believed to have belonged to the Prophet Muhammad, and another project that is in Gebze, not far away from Istanbul, constructed on behalf of Çoban Mustafa Pasha. Standard works on Ottoman architectural history refer to the 16th century as the era of Sinan, which is largely misleading because it leaves almost 40 years of development and is also continued well into the 17th century. And the question of how Ottoman dignitaries dealt with the existing local building traditions, as you saw, they varied in the different provinces of the empire. Also in Cairo has not been asked yet. So how do we proceed from here? And if the model, a dominant center, Istanbul, and underdeveloped periphery during the 16th century is not working in Cairo, it's quite obviously not working. If this would be number 3 on the drawing here. What other theoretical models can we propose or think of? I think that one theoretical model would be to combine several of these models temples that we see here, to create something that is equally complicated as the model of Birgit Bornemeyer on the development of architecture in Germany during the Renaissance period. Unfortunately, I forgot to include a photo of the model. We, of course, can also decide not to do that, but in this case, the majority of the monuments from the Ottoman period that are appreciated, but are still not well understood, also as sources on the cultural history of Cairo during, by far, one of the most dynamic periods in the construction activities during the 16th and 17th century. Will stay ununderstood also in the future. And with this picture on the grave of the Helveti sheikhs from the 1540s, another example from the classical Ottoman period in architecture, I want to thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Mustafa. Now we open the discussion for the three speakers of the morning.
I will do my question in French to Isabelle Saint-Martin. J'ai été très contente de noter une continuité ici au sein de nos réflexions parce que c'est vrai, on a parlé du plan centré et du plan centré sous forme circulaire qui s'avère inconciliable avec les fonctions liturgiques déjà au début de l'époque moderne. Alors les exemples que tu as montrés m'ont vraiment semblé extrêmement intéressants, jusqu'à l'absurdité, parce qu'une église comme Saint-François de Molitor, qui est circulaire et qui est complètement ouverte d'un côté, et la forme circulaire est la forme qui doit favoriser la concentration. Et puis là, c'est le contraire, le regard se perd dans les paysages et dans l'environnement. Mais un autre point, une question que je me suis posée, c'est celle de l'identité. Les exemples que tu as montrés, et corrige-moi si je me trompe, j'avais l'impression que la question d'identité était maintenue avec beaucoup plus de conviction et crédibilité pour les mosquées que pour les églises chrétiennes. C'était mon impression, tu peux me corriger. Mais je me suis demandé, est-ce que ce symbolisme qui est demandé ne se communique pas plus facilement dans le cas des mosquées? Il y a une arcade, il y a une coupole ou un dôme, et il y a un minaret. Donc ça fait une image extrêmement pertinente et puis qui constitue une espèce de mémoire qui est plus facilement à retenir comme dans le cas de l'Église, parce que l'Église en soi est une typologie extrêmement diversifiée. Et là, il est en effet plus compliqué de trouver, disons, une image, un dessin, une abréviation qui se communique immédiatement. Bon, je crois que c'est ici, au sein de notre réflexion, une question essentielle. La deuxième question est, en effet, ce qui se passe autour des églises, parce que je crois qu'on avait déjà un tout petit peu parlé que la tendance en Allemagne est, quand on construit des mosquées, par exemple, on cherche à les ouvrir vers l'extérieur. On en fait un lieu social qui vise à la transparence, à l'accueil, à une visibilité des cultes, c'est-à-dire c'est le monument lui-même qui se développe ou qui se prolonge dans le contexte urbain. Alors, je ne sais pas, les exemples que tu as montrés, est-ce qu'il y a aussi en France une tendance, surtout dans des villes nouvelles, il y a quand même de l'espace. Dans un centre historique, c'est un peu plus compliqué. Mais est-ce qu'il y a également cette tendance d'ouvrir pour, disons, enfin, aussi favoriser un peu la tolérance et une meilleure connaissance des religions, d'autres religions, enfin?
Alors merci, ce sont des questions complexes et très riches en elles-mêmes. Ça se mériterait d'autres exposés pour répondre. Alors, pour la question de l'identité et des formes, alors effectivement, on a tendance à vouloir reconnaître la mosquée avec arcade, coupole, minaret. Et dans ce cas-là, qu'est-ce qu'on fait de la mosquée de Boulogne-Billancourt qui n'a rien de tout ça, ou une des mosquées de Marseille qui est complètement cubique, et de bien d'autres. Donc il y a un langage architectural de la mosquée qui se construit aussi sans nécessairement avoir ces références. C'est toute la question. Et la question pouvait se poser, je pense, il y a une quarantaine d'années, est-ce qu'on peut faire une église sans clocher, sans un toit pointu? On peut penser aux éléments de signalétique. Et donc la très très grande variabilité des architectures d'église, mais pas depuis les 30 dernières années, depuis vraiment un demi-siècle, a habitué à casser ces références, à ne pas identifier nécessairement l'église au modèle du toit et du clocher. Et il faut voir aussi que j'ai été évidemment vite dans mes choix, et je ne vous ai pas montré la période antérieure, c'est-à-dire celle de la discrétion totale. Et donc c'est pourquoi les églises que j'ai montrées semblaient en fait être un retour d'identité déjà assez affirmé, un retour de symbolique, un retour d'affirmation. Bon, ça demanderait beaucoup plus de détails, mais on en reparlera. Et alors la seconde question que tu poses est compliquée sur la situation des mosquées en France. Est-ce qu'elles sont ouvertes? Je dirais qu'elles ont un effort d'ouverture comme centre culturel pour l'islam, ça toujours. C'est-à-dire qu'il y a à la fois la salle de prière, mais aussi des salles d'études, mais aussi des salles de rencontres importantes pour la communauté musulmane. Certaines disent ouvertes à d'autres activités. Il y a un tel effet de rattrapage pour la communauté musulmane et un tel effort pour passer, encore une fois, des salles très discrètes d'islam des caves, que je ne suis pas convaincue qu'il y ait tant d'ouverture que ça vers d'autres aspects de communauté et dans la ville. Mais bon, ça serait à creuser, et merci de me signaler la comparaison avec les mosquées allemandes.
Thank you very much for your papers. I will speak in English for everybody's comprehension. I will ask to all speakers of today if the face of the architect is a question in building nowadays religious architecture. Because in the years 50 of the 20th century, the Catholic Church in France opened a debate about must a church builder be a good Christian or not. Is it the same for the Muslim communities now in Europe about the architect must be Muslim or not? What is the dialogue with the authorities? Have you got some example? And maybe in the Ottoman time with a Christian or Jewish architect, was it a question? I would like to open a debate. Maybe I don't know who can answer.
Well, in the Ottoman period, we are not well informed about the way the guilds of builders in Cairo was constituted, but we know about other cities, and we know about Istanbul, and we know particularly well about Jerusalem. And there it was almost equal. The master builders were Muslims and Christians, and it was not an issue. And so that this technological transfer was possible to go in both directions, like in the construction projects of mosques or churches, and it was never really, as far as I'm aware of, it was never really a point of discussion. In terms of architects, some of the students of Sinan are known to have been Christians.
More comments, questions, replies, objections? Yes? Oh, sorry.
I had a question for our colleague who gave the paper about the rock cut settlements in Tunisia. For me, it was really new and very, very interesting. Je continue en français, ça peut être plus simple pour vous. Ma question, c'était une découverte et j'ai vu entre-temps qu'il y a un peu de travaux sur la valorisation de ce patrimoine, mais beaucoup moins de travaux sur l'architecture à proprement parler. Et je voudrais savoir si, d'un point de vue d'architecture religieuse, ces édifices, ces salles rupestres, ces salles, je n'aime pas trop glaudites, mais c'est plus compréhensible, ces espaces creusés dans le roc, s'ils ont été étudiés, et s'il y a des traces de corps peints.
Il s'agit des travaux concernant ce type de monuments, des maisons troglodytes, synagogues et surtout les mosquées, d'après Ibn Khaldoun, Nahum Slouchi. Ils ont parlé sur les différentes communautés qui étaient vécues dans ces régions, et aussi récemment il y a des travaux des jeunes chercheurs tunisiens qui travaillent sur ce type de monuments. Concernant les mosquées de l'île de Djerba, il y a une thèse de doctorat a été soutenue de près extant et publiée actuellement sous forme de Masajid Bjazir Djerba, qui se compose de 360 mosquées. J'ai choisi une seule mosquée, troglodyte l'autre question. Un corps peint, les corps peints, oui, parce qu'il y a les graffitis des corps à la main et quelques écritures, écritures en arabe, par exemple la date de la fondation de monuments, et aussi les symboles, quels que soient berbères ou bien judaïques ou bien musulmans. Oui, c'est ça? Ok, merci à vous.
I have two questions, one for Isabella and one for Mustafa. Okay, I don't know in which sequence. Let's start with the sequence. For Isabella, I was wondering about the impressions of the people using these mosques. If you can share with us any feedback from the users, either of these modern mosques or the Christian churches.
So I didn't make a survey, but we have some testimonies in press and so on, and they are very proud of having a real mosque, and not only a prayer room, which often was very poor. And so there are a lot of testimony saying how it's a recognition important to the community to have a real building, even if it is not with all arc, minaret and so on, but something valuable. And it's, there are a lot of testimony about that, but it's not a real survey.
And my question to Mustafa, of course, the big debate, Mamluk, Ottoman and so on, but I was wondering if we have any information about why specifically Sinan and Malika Safiya, and more specifically Malika Safiya, was designed so early and in such an Ottoman style. I mean, do we have evidence for why specifically this example? Because then we have also later examples during the Ottoman period that is more, if we can say, Mamluk-sized, let's say. So that's one question. And the second question, if you could elaborate more about Qubbat al-Fidawiyya and Sinan. So two questions.
On the first question, the appearance of Malika Safiya is by far the monument in Cairo that is, let's say it like most Ottoman in appearance. The reasons for that at least for me, are quite clear. The patron of the building is the mother of a sultan and the grandmother of another sultan. The building project in Cairo is the result of a building project in Istanbul that was not allowed to be finished. She started a mosque in Eminönü, which is called today the Yeni Jami, or the New Mosque. And Ahmed I, the patron of the Blue Mosque, was afraid that the mosque of his grandmother is going to be bigger than his own mosque, and he forbid her to continue with the construction activities. The solution, another monument in Cairo, the second biggest city of the empire. And for this building project, a trusted person was sent here. Oynuh, the one who was responsible for the harem. And for somebody with such connections as a Valide Sultan, with direct contacts to the planning office of the court architect of Istanbul, it's not surprising to find a project that is so thoroughly Ottoman, that follows a plan that the way the dome is constructed, it is an invention of Sinan, basically. Yes, we find, from time to time, we find Ottoman monuments in Cairo that have more or less an Ottoman appearance. For example, Muhammad Abu Tahab, or the most famous example, of course, is the Mosque of Muhammad Ali. All of these buildings are an example of a historical citation, and they are built on purpose in this form. In every single case, there is a reason for that. It's not a coincidence. And the second question was the Fidawiya. Yes, there is an article in a publication by Meineke on the interconnectedness of Mamluk and Ottoman architecture. And Quatta Fidawiya is also quite prominent in this article. We have 5 monuments from the time of Sultan Kaytbay that have a similar way to resolve the transition zone to the dome. And I think in this case, in the case of Sinan Pasha, it was a deliberate citation again of a solution from Cairo. Because most probably we know who was the responsible architect, and this appears to be someone who was a part of the so-called Müteferrika group of builders. These are converts to Islam that was stationed in the citadel. His name is known. He's called Muhyiddin, or sometimes Horos Memi. Mehmet the Hen, most probably because of his physical appearance. We have also references to this person in a source from the 16th century. Muhammad Ali Kelibulu says that this was the engineer of the age. Like he must have been very well respected, because we have a letter from the chancellery in Istanbul to the governor of Cairo to send Horus Memi to Mecca to repair the Kaaba. So you don't send somebody for such an important building project who is unaware of statics. Let's say it like that.
No? Okay, then thank you all for all our 3 speakers of this session. And we go to the lunch break. And we come back at 3:30 for the final session. Thank you all.